it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these dreams I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello and welcome into the NECC. It is playoff time, quarterfinals here. We're kicking things off with Emergent White, Townsend taking on Limestone, Fish and Rude Dude here. Getting ready to call all of the action. It's playoff time. There are no more mistakes, Rude Dude. It is win and move on or lose and your season is done and you have nothing to look forward to except summer break.
Yeah, now on ever, we've got a single elimination bracket on the way, best of 3 game for you now. We've got Towson Esports against Limestone Esports. Two teams that came into the end of the regular season with a 4-4 record, even 50-50 win ratio. And you pointed out to me, Fish, before we started here, that it was a win that went the way of Towson, I believe, if I'm correct. Yes, they won 2-0 in the regular split. It's effectively a rematch of that game. With Towson having taken the 2-0 in the regular season, expectations could be that they'll do the same again here.
Now, because of that win in the regular season, Towson, the higher seed, as you said, both teams 4-4, so they got side selection for game number 1. They'll be on the blue side. Thing is, that was a week 2 victory over Limestone. Who knows? These teams are, I believe, 9 players deep on both sides, so roster swaps could be potentially have happened since that 2-0. We will have to see. And speaking of rosters, Rudu, let's hop in to the rosters that are getting in the Rift for game number 1, starting with our higher seed 4-4 Towson Esports here. 6 p.m. at Rano, Sphinx, Azina, and Rexter is here. A more senior, more experienced team. You see 3 juniors on the team, Rude Dude. So definitely I would think a team that's been around for a while and should have that experience that matters when it comes to playoff time.
Yeah, you might have to do some American to UK translation here between junior to sophomore. Sophomore's the second year.
Yes.
I'm correct. And then junior, I assume, is third.
You are correct. 2 for 2.
Okay. I only know that because freshman is 1, and that's they're fresh.
Hey, as long as you're able to figure it out.
I got it going. But a little bit more experience, hopefully, on this roster. So we'll have to see if they can, thrive, succeed, and complete and replicate that 2-0 that they got from last time.
Let's take a look at Limestone here, as Rude Dude mentioned, maybe coming in as the underdog after the loss in the regular season. But speaking of freshmen, there is a very talented freshman player on this Limestone roster. Dobby Mon is going to be probably the player to watch out for, I would say, in this entire series. I know just looking at the stats, which is what we have available to us, Rude Dude, the rankings are what pop off the page for him compared to everybody else. He'll be down in that support role, so I'm curious to see if he can will his team to a victory. Who knows? Maybe he didn't play when Towson beat him in week 2, but that's your name to watch alongside Dank Jaguar, Vuvuzela at Showtime, and what's up, my boy?
And with obviously Dobimon being that name to watch, I want to see what they can perform, what they can pull out. Hopefully, the 2-0 from Towson in week number 2 doesn't immediately detract from any wills and expectations that these guys have got. And we're hoping for a good best of 3 series regardless. I know that the players have completed the draft now. We're waiting to get loaded up to go through the draft on screen for you all so that we can see what picks have been played. And I like to go into these things blind, see what they've gone for without the burden of knowledge here in game number 1. So we'll have to wait and see what it is.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I think, again, as we said, Dobimon, the player to watch, but more of a passive support player, not like a playmaking support from what we could tell, a lot more of the Yumis or the Lulus. So that's always the one where I'm curious about. I'm personally not a huge fan of the passive supports. I like the playmakers. I like the Leona. I think that's maybe something he could bring out. But yeah, we will hop into the game 1 draft. Winner of this best of 3 will play Redbirds varsity next week in the semifinals for the Emergent White, which is a very, very tough matchup. They're not worried on that right now, Rudu. They're trying to get the win here. Go up 1-0 early on. And again, it's a playoff atmosphere. Before the regular season, if you lost, you could just say, okay, we got them next week. I'm very curious to see how the losing team eventually will respond in game number 2, because when your back's against the wall, especially if you haven't been in this situation before, you can just totally fall apart. I'm really curious to see how these teams' mental ability is handled in the playoff season as opposed to the regular season. As here we go, looks like the draft is about ready to go.
Yeah, and you talked about the implications of losing that first game. I think that in a best of 3, it's sort of important to remember that you've got that 1 game buffer to settle your nerves, and obviously losing it is never the best move. You want to be able to take that first game, but if you do lose, you have got that bounce back. It sort of acts as the lower bracket in this tournament, because you don't have an actual lower stage. It is lose the best of 3, go out. So you need to reset, recontrol yourselves as we go through from what would be a game 1 loss to whichever team it may end up being. Obviously, I'm not going to leak the scripts to everybody, but we have got to get our way through this first draft already. Worth remembering, like I say, they did go through this off screen, so they know what champions they are all going to be playing. This is just them locking them in and us getting to see blind.
I think right off the bat, the name that the pick that really stands out to me is that Showtime pick, I believe, for Limestone, there right below you, dude, is that Wukong Jungle. I know a lot of people hyped after the changes that it was potentially viable, and Showtime says, you know what, playoffs game 1, what better time now than to test that Wukong Jungle and see if it's viable?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pick in seasons gone by. More recently has been divulged in that top lane, but nothing wrong with throwing it back a little bit, saying the Wukong in the jungle, because he does have that gank enabling as well. With that ultimate, 2 knockups, which is a prize for any jungle that they'll be very happy with, particularly when you're pairing it with an Ornn, with an Orianna. Already what we can see is a lot of teamfight capability.
And I'm still going with more of the non-conventional ball delivery system, right? That's always what you got to talk about when there is an Orianna involved. You have the Wukong, who has stealth. You have the Twitch, not always the best target, but has that stealth to maybe position themselves in a correct spot, or you just have the Ornn if you just kind of want to waddle up on top of them. So I do kind of like the more unique approach here from Limestone. There is that Yuumi locked in for Dobimon, which I know Twitch Yuumi is always a very fun comp with her being able to be stealth, so the stealth comp also coming out for Limestone, something that they might just be able to hop on to somebody like a Xena, one-shot the Jinx, and then there's not really a whole lot of damage left on Towson's side because of that Lissandra pick, because of that new name.
It's actually, quite funny. You just send the Twitch invisible into the center of everyone, the ults, and then or rather the Orianna ults. Sorry, I forgot about the ball. As you talked about the delivery system, there's a lot of possibilities, I'll say so far, and I think that moving forward, we'll have to keep our eyes on what Dank Jaguar and Dobimon are able to get away with, because both of these bot lanes are kind of infamous. Jinx Lulu is that late game Exodia that you tend to think of when you talk about traditional League of Legends, but Twitch plus the Yuumi actually outranges Jinx with the final chapter, with the spray and pray as well. You actually get a little bit extra range over the Jinx from those late game team fights, even when Jinx has got fully stacked lethal tempo plus those level 9 rockets. It's not enough. Twitch still has that power. That's the power of the ult. So you've got to be careful of
Yeah, and Xena's not going to have the ability to find Dank Jaguar if he plays it right in team fights. It's not like the Jinx can immediately say, there's the Twitch. He's going to come from odd angles. I am worried for Taliesin right below me on the left side of your screen. They don't have a lot of damage besides the Jinx. The Lissandra more of a control mage, not going to do a ton of damage. The Fiora can have some moments depending if she's able to break those vitals, but also potentially could just be a split pusher to try and force Griganator to stay in that top lane. So I'm a little concerned here for Taliesin that they're just not going to have the damage to answer that Wukong, to answer that Twitch, as it looks like, Rude Dude, we are potentially ready to go here and hopping into game number 1, or we've just disappeared from existence as we take a look at the Keystones.
I think we're reloading overlays, making sure that the players, the teams, and everything are all set and ready to go. But we can still talk through these rune choices and talk about the top matchup as well, specifically whilst it's on screen. You talked about the lack of damage coming through for Taos, and I think that's a good point to draw to when we talk about the 5v5s. But if there is this split push situation, it's exactly what Towson are going to be looking for through the mid game. Fiora is going to demolish the Ornn in a side lane in a 1 versus 1. The team fight capabilities, we know. Okay, that's going to go Ornn's way. That's exactly what Ornn wants to do, is sit in the front line, absorb damage. But for a Fiora, if you can get that Ornn out to the side lane, you can certainly try and punish the Ornn. It's very easy to predict the W as well for Fiora, so you can use your riposte, find an extra layering of CC that typically you don't tend to have as Fiora, because the Ornn brittle procs are so incredibly obvious. You've got the knockup, which has a big indicator when it's going to land. You've got an auto attack, takes a little bit longer to wind up. You've got the ulti, which you can see coming from a mile away. There are plenty of opportunities where for Towson, that top line matchup can go heavily in their favor.
And it makes me wonder if maybe that is where Showtime on that Wukong, as we take a look here at the two junglers, will start to favor. Again, Lissandra does a really good job of just not dying in lane. She's a fantastic control laner. Maybe that's where Showtime goes, tries and help up on that top side of the map. The Nunu, always the interesting one. I would assume objectives are going to be the key. If you're Towson, you're hoping for early Infernal. You're hoping for early, high impact dragons. The last thing you want to see is like a first dragon, Cloud Dragon, because then you're just like, cool, this dragon's totally wasted. Nunu's not going to get any value. I know Cloud Dragon absolutely memed upon. So I'm curious to see the objective control versus the ganking. I feel like is what we'll see between Sphinx on the Nunu and Showtime on that Wukong.
Yeah, the early ganking power is certainly going to go the way of the Nunu, and I want to quickly highlight that we did see actually Ultimate Hunter from Lissandra. We see it from Twitch as well here. But with that Lissandra, if you do get some assists, some kills early on, start to cycle down that ulti cooldown, you can actually catch people off guard, sort of pre-respawn, that if you get a bit of ability haste on you, you get those runes ticking. It does get to the point where you start to really out level, I suppose, the game in a sense. If you kill somebody with ulti and then level 16, they come back to life, it's at a 40-second death time, you're also already back up. So interesting to see how that rune is going to move its way forward. And also interesting here is that we've got Cut Down Yuumi. So I'm gonna so there's a little bit of logic to this, is that Cut Down works when you have less max health than anyone. Yuumi has probably the lowest base health out of everybody, and if we do see a hard AP Yuumi style coming through, it's feasible to think that Cut Down actually is going to do a fair chunk of damage up against a team that is going to be stacking a little bit of health, regardless of whether it's the Ornn in the top lane. Lissandra likes to go for a few health items herself. The Nunu, we know, is going to be opting into those tanky routes. So it may seem a little bit weird, Yuumi Precision Tree, but Presence of Mind is incredibly valuable, and I actually think that Cut Down is the next best choice.
I kind of like that Dabimon is making the Yuumi a bit more interactive, as you said. I know we kind of joked about it. We talked about it before the game started, that you put him on the Yuumi. We highlighted him, his skill. It might be, I'm going to play Yuumi. I'm just going to really play everyone else's character at the same time, and I'll maybe just hit E here and there to keep my Twitch alive. So I do like maybe trying to go for a bit more damage, catch them off guard. I am curious, by the way, for this pick for 6 p.m. on the Lulu. Just looking at Dabimon's OPGG, Lulu and Yuumi are his 2 most played, and so I'm very curious if the Lulu was more of a comfort pick for 6 p.m. as you highlighted, or if it was a let's steal the Lulu away from Dabimon and put them on something like the Yuumi, because that wild growth, when used effectively, it absolutely is insane, as you highlighted with the Jinx. So I'm curious if 6 p.m. has much time played on it, or if that was just a 4th ban, as I like to call it, taking it away from your opponent.
Yeah, it's always interesting finding out whether or not she's going to have this comfort, that knowledge about the Lulu matchup in particular. And we'll have to wait and see, because I think this bot lane, whilst it is 2 very supposedly passive supports, passive ADCs, these are the types of lanes where you randomly start scrapping because you get bored.
Especially, I would not be shocked if Dank Jaguar and Dabbymon are going to try for a lot of cheesy stealth engagements on that bot side, getting into certain places where, you know, they might not expect them to come, maybe from that alcove. Towson kind of maybe hoping that, hey, why don't you have, you know, where are the minions at for the April Fool's event? Pointing you out in the stealth. They would have liked that to come back here, but looks like all pretty standard here, Rude Dude. Nobody wants to get too aggressive in a playoff game, especially in game number 1. You're still feeling out your opponent. It's been, I think, almost 2 months since these two teams played all the way back in week 2, so don't want to do anything too crazy. I can respect that.
Yeah, a couple patches passed as well, so certainly a different patch, certainly a different game coming here in the 2-0, whilst going to be a bit of a booster for Towson. By no means is it to suggest that this game is going to be very one-sided or not. Now you'll take a look, I want to take a look rather quickly at our Summoner Spell choices. Rexatorus actually opting for the Ignite on the Lysandra. Got a little peek at the runes as well whilst we were going through the laning phase. Has opted in for Scorch in this lane as well. So with Ignite, with Scorch, you are hoping to get some early game kills. If you don't, do you feel like this rune choice, this rune selection is actually catching you a little bit off guard and you're not going to have that late game utility that the teleport's going to provide you? Power of Nunu are those level 2 ganks. You can catch people easily off guard very quickly with some snowball action in a lane, and I think that with an Ignite as well does certainly service that fact, but that's not going to be the case this time around, as Sphinx actually just heads back up to his topside camps. Makes a lot of sense, just to make that safe play and get those camps in early doors.
And we're starting on opposite sides, so it will not be Showtime going top like maybe I thought to help out Briganator on that Ornn against the Fiora. Maybe looking for a play down bot with the stealth. There's a lot of stealth potentially in that bot lane that I'm very worried about, Rude Dude. For that side with Showtime, with Dank Jaguar, Dabbymon, of course, goes invisible when sitting on an invisible character, so I'm curious to see if they try any shenanigans, as there is some early lane pushing from Azina and 6PM. You can see they're shoving that bot lane in towards the tower, but other than that, everything pretty cool, calm, and collected. Both junglers picking up their second buffs. They'll get opposite river scuttles as well, so really no early engagements here in this game. This feels like a playoff game where no one wants to be the team to make that first mistake, to give up first blood.
Yeah, I think that early on our eyes have to kind of be on Sphinx because the early game playmaking potential of a Wukong doesn't particularly exist until that ultimate starts to come through. You're looking at those snowballs mainly for any sort of extenuating circumstances, those alternate factors that would change the course of the game. Showtime, though, going for a level 3 gang.
Here comes Showtime Exhaust. It is going to go out. Now they're going to try and jump onto 6PM, who will get exhausted themselves. They will have to flash away. Ignite is ticking down. But that was their first gank from Showtime, and I like the use of the Wukong stealth. They blow a couple of summoners. The zap does land, but Wukong should be able to get away here.
For the most part, largely successful. 6PM now, she's got no flash. Would be an area to try and exploit. Showtime forced to use the clone to get out to safety, and the double crab does come through for Sphinx, obviously, in Season 12. Means a lot less than in seasons gone by. Nevertheless, with the 2 extra camps going over to Sphinx and the time not spent ganking, it's going to be slightly ahead on gold, a little bit ahead on experience as well, and once those Krugs have been finished, going to be in a very good spot to go back and get some good items under the belt early on.
And I don't think Towson could have got better news for you, dude, than the news you see in the top left corner of your screen, is that it's a first dragon, Infernal Dragon, and Nunu is going to have so much agency there with the Consume, with the Smite. As you go back down bot lane, 6PM taking a ton of damage. Showtime is back. Has got to be careful. First blood picked up by 6PM despite the flash. Dank Jaguar and Dabbymon able to get out with the stealth. Maybe looking to turn things around. Pick up a revenge kill. They pick up one. Knocked in the air by the greatest spell. Another heal going to be used. Can Azina get away in time? The toxins are ticking down, but it looks like the Jinx should escape, and now Dabbymon will have to walk away. Meanwhile, mid lane, we didn't even see it, but Rextress picks up a kill with that Ignite. The Ultimate Hunter starting to stack. That is a perfect 45 seconds there for Towson, leading right into what should be a free Infernal Dragon.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier on, Fish. We need to look to these junglers to make those early plays, and we're looking to the mid lane for Rextress to be the aggressor to try and find some kills. Does exactly that in the mid lane, picks up using the Ignite, using the flash as well, a solo kill in the mid lane, and Sphinx counter ganking in the bot lane. A 2 versus 3 kill for Azina and 6PM. They didn't really need Sphinx there to get the kill on to Showtime, but it was more than nice to have them there when they were trying to take down Dank Jaguar as well. So for the most part, Towson starting out this game very nicely, picking themselves up an absolute ton of kills and starting out the game with that 1.3k gold lead. It may not seem like a lot, but it's the beginning of a snowball. You have to start pushing it down the hill at some point, and what better time to go for than about 5 minutes into the match.
Everything perfect. I'm sure some people will nitpick, say, well, Xena only got 2 assists. They didn't get either of the kills. Sphinx in 6 p.m. picked them up. 6 p.m. getting first, but I think at this point, you just want to shove this lane down. It's now a 12 CS lead. Showtime is back, by the way. At least putting a ward over the wall. He wants to kill this bot lane. Apparently, he has just committed himself to killing this bot side of the map.
What is topside? What are Krugs? Showtime is committing his resources down in the bot lane, and I quite like it, honestly. I can very easily see this game being won and lost around the bot lane, but it does come at a slight cost as well. You start to think of all of the times that you're spending down here and all of the camps that you're missing, not cycling, and the XP on the Krugs rather being lost as heavy trade again. This time in the bot lane, it's again going the way of Towson, and with Lissandra and Nunu moving their way down, hovering this bot lane, they're ready to protect against a gank and potentially even going for that dive. They've called it off. They say, no, we don't need to. We're winning this bot lane regardless. And also with Rex Tourist not wanting to miss out on anything in the lane, just going to collect those creeps and keep on playing it safe. The scaling is pretty present on both sides. I think going later and later, it does rely very heavily on execution. So as we get, through these mid-game stages, if you've got a lead, you're going to be more than happy to just item slap people.
I thought maybe that was going to... Oh, we get a call. The Forge got top lane. Nice Ripazay there by Rano to deny the knock-up. I think it was an interaction you mentioned, Rude Dude, of just kind of another way that Fiora, while not winning the fight, is really going to stop the kill potential of Brigadeer. They throw the ward down, but I think Fiora is going to get back to safety. Has to teleport as well. We go bot lane once again. 6 p.m. is here. Davimon just going to get caught. Xena will finally pick up the first kill. And now you see the dragon already leashed by Rextris. Perfect stop for Towson in the bot lane. They have played everything right so far now.
And something that is really understated in this game so far is how well Rextris is playing and what that's allowing for the team. Every single wave is getting pushed in by Lissandra, and Rextris isn't just sitting there poking under the turret. He's moving, roaming, making sure that the team can make these plays on the top side and always giving a numbers advantage to this house and squad. If they want to make a play, they know that they've got the support of their mid laner. Regardless of if they need it or not, that extra little bit of cover that they need is certainly helping them. And with the Drake having gone over, we got to see it right there that Lissandra, leashing it, starts it off, is now making the same exact move on the top side, pushes in a wave, goes up to the top side of the rift. That Rift Herald has just spawned 18 or 16 seconds in, and already putting a ward down, putting some vision there, just helping the rest of the team, playing what is a fairly supportive mid laner incredibly well.
And with the way Showtime's been playing, I mean, this Rift Herald should basically just be Sphinx's to take whatever he wants. I mean, Showtime really has only ever walked top to pick up his red buff, and then immediately has tried to make something happen for the bot side of the map. Don't know if he feels like that's where his team is the strongest. He starts to realize that Rextris, as you pointed out, is getting so far ahead. Vuvuzela is not going to be able to do anything. As Sphinx now, they're going to roam up to the top side of the map. The biggest snowball ever will come through, but the ward will deny anything. But that should tell Limestone that Towson wants this Rift Herald as soon as they get a chance. And it would not shock me if Sphinx just starts it up, because there's no rotation for anyone on Limestone right now.
Now we have to take a look, cycle back around to those summoner spells that we sort of saw expended 4-5 minutes ago here. The mid lane flash is just starting to come up off cooldown when Lissandra's got her flash, when she's got her level 6, which has been there for a fair amount of time right now. Ultimate top lane.
A challenge has been popped. Will they look for the tower dive onto Gurganator? One more vital to hit for Rano. That will expire, unfortunately, so no extra healing from that ultimate. You do see Showtime showing his face, finally learning what Krugs are, Rude Dude, but I think it's going to be too little too late for trying to stave off that gank, unless Rano gets over aggressive. You see Wukong rotating down as well. The junglers are going to run into each other. They'll ping each other both out, and it will be a retreat from Sphinx, knowing that he was a little bit too far forward.
Aha, he's there as well. We've spotted one another, and ultimately there's not a lot going to come from having spotted each other. Showtime toying with the idea of a blast cone. Maybe wants to hop over the wall and take a bit of a skirmish. Don't know how beneficial that would be to them. They have a slight advantage for the time being. Rextris getting low in this mid lane. Not going to be pulled the trigger on.
Oh, Cyclone immediately knocks him up in the air, denies the flash, denies any escapability, and finally Showtime makes a play there for Limestone, getting on the board. First kill of the game, and bot lane still suffering though, Rude, just getting harassed under tower.
Yeah, me Twitch outranging. That only happens when they press their ultimates. When they don't do that, Azina and Sitgem are going to be outpoking, outranging, and largely dominating in this bot lane. You can see that the item discrepancy is there. The difference between having a Noon Quiver and just having the components. When you're down in that bot lane, trust me, you can tell. It certainly hurts, certainly is an issue. But Showtime, he's on a ward, doesn't have Cyclone.
The final chapter, the stealth as well. Exhaust gonna come out. Sphinx though looking for the counter gank. There's great wild growth onto Azina. Showtime trying to hop onto 6 PM. Dank Jaguar getting run down, knocked up in the air. That should be an easy first kill. Domimon, can they hop? No, they cannot. They get rooted. Showtime gonna look for the kill, at least try and make it a trade. This is a 3-4-0 and a triple kill for the Jigs. That is exactly what you want if you're Towson.
Yep, and it's the exact opposite of what you want if you're Limestone. Seeing 3 kills going over to a Jinx who was already fed, already getting plays, already ahead in experience. After you spend so much trying to make the play, the disengage power of the Lulu really speaking volumes. The wild growth, the exhaust, double summoner spells burned on both of the bot laners means that there's not a chance for Towson to get away with anything, as Sphinx in the mid lane makes his presence felt, and Vuvuzela this time dies with flash, with ultimate, bit akin to what Rextrus just experienced a couple minutes ago.
Rexter still at full HP as well, and I will say Sphinx has played this matchup phenomenally. It feels like he's been in Showtime's head. Everywhere Showtime has been, this Nunu has been, Sphinx has been everywhere on the map. Just the speed, that early mid-game of the Nunu paying dividends for Towson, exactly how you want to play it. 2-0-3 on the Nunu. Hasn't quite picked up the Rift Herald yet, which I would like to see because it is going to lose its value once plates go down here in the next 90 seconds, as Rano and Griganator do start a little bit of a battle here up in the top lane. Rano does have the ult if he wants to use it, but I think realizes diving in Ornn would just be certain death, so they'll disengage.
Yeah, with all this armor built up by Griganator, actually a bit of a slight bait versus a Fiora. She deals a lot of true damage. Just picking up that health is sometimes not more valuable.
BM getting a bit aggressive there. Brute is going to land on a dive on Azina. Will just pick up the kill with the Gale Force to hop forward. Now Dank Jaguar trying to get away. The Zap will land. Heal does come out. Keeps him alive as the Cyclone picks up 1 kill for Showtime. Absolute Zero is going to come through. Rextrus Frozen 2 picks up another kill. Now can Showtime out-duel Sphinx and Rextrus. He flashes over the wall perfectly. Doesn't quite hit the dragon, so he's able to get away. And finally, Limestone shows some life here, this time using the aggression of Townstone against him.
There we go, a nice play in the bot side. Dobimon getting caught out on the Flame Chompers. You think this is just going to be a wipe for Jinx getting excited. Could well have been enough to just steal the deal for the entire skirmish, but that wasn't the case. Vuvuzela comes down, Showtime makes their presence felt, and now Rhino, certainly in trouble, gets pulled away. Lysandra finds a kill onto Showtime of all people somehow. Vuvuzela's going to take a big chunk, and as soon as these cooldowns are back up, Rextrus may well go for number 2.
Abimon is there, will hop over 6 PM coming. Final chapter is going to come out. 2 roots will land. Rextrus will fall. Here comes Sphinx though. This extended engage has just simply not stopped with the biggest snowball ever. Be able to get there in time. Nice pathing around the corner, but he just missed it. Nearly had the knockup he needed. Azina's there as well.
So a lot of action here, Fish. We've got to take stock of where all the gold is. Now, despite those kills having gone over, it is still Towson with a very good lead in a lot of places here. They've got a mid laner who's at that mythic item, AD carry at that mythic item, jungler also at that mythic item. You'll grant that, you know, junglers, they are matched with that Trinity Force being completed by Showtime based off the shutdown that they got onto Azina. And now with that Drake being started, this could be very scary. The Sandra ulti not available, and they do have Ori ulti, so they may just be looking to use the mid lane difference as a leverage tool.
Azina getting very aggressive. Does have the Gale Force blink available to them. Rextrus on the other side does not have Frozen Tomb quite yet. Gets jumped on by all 4 members. Exhaust going to come out. Glacial Path will be used. Cyclone first knockup going to land. Should be an easy kill, but potentially traded out for the dragon. And that's exactly what Towson will do. They make sure they get something out of that disengagement, and the Cloud Drake wins quick across the map, and the Sphinx is immediately crying because all of those dragons were for nothing.
Now the Drakes, particularly for the likes of a Fiora here, actually do have a lot of Quite a lot of utilization and just the base movement speed versus the likes of a Wukong, actually fairly useful, but you're quite right that in terms of ultimate activation into movement speed, there's not a lot of people that are going to be particularly beneficial. Nunu plants himself when he ults. If Lissandra's self-ulting, again, you're rooting yourself in place. Azina, like I say, going to be very grateful for that mobility, and potentially 6 PM can do some fancy escapes with it. But the leading happy player, I would say, is Reno on this top side. Has the Grand Challenge when that gets called down. Your ability to get close up against the Ornn, chase them down, or up against anybody else for that fact. Pretty nice as a Fiora player.
Yeah, and I think as you pointed out, it really, the Cloud Soul, if it goes over to Limestone, really favors them. As you said, the Wukong would love it. Dank Jaguar with that spray and pray. If Towson is retreating through a small corridor, he would love that movement speed as well. So there definitely are some champions on the side of Limestone that would like it, but I know Cloud Dragon, often the most memed upon dragon for its lack of power in final chapter, does come out. Wild Growth is going to be used. Both players will be rooted. Gale Force forward by Azino once again at 6 PM. Will secure the kill. Not the greatest, but a kill's a kill in my opinion, Rude. And Towson will take that any day of the week.
And to that point, granted, yes, the kill goes over to 6 PM. She's, going to be cycling onto that second item quickly, but importantly, it's a kill onto Dank Jaguar, who now has got this 15-second window where they're not farming, not collecting gold or experience, and that 15-second window where Azina collects bot tier 1 turret. No plates on it for that one, but they do get the first turret gold. They get a load of experience that is not collected in response, and gets the components here of a rapid fire cannon. I really like this build path from Azina, recognizing that the Twitch Yumi is going to outrange, cheating that by buying the Gale Force to close the gap, working on a rapid fire cannon as well to just have that extended range and try and get those autos in immediately. You can already tell with that rapid fire cannon actually getting completed on that base. So much gold going over. They're going to go for this second Herald now, and if Jinx comes up to this top side, they've swapped away Rano to this bot lane, who's now going to have a free lane up against the Twitch. They're absolutely loving life right here. Towson playing this game incredibly well.
Huge lead for Azina. You've got about 40 CS. Showtime going over the wall. Never mind. Even with Dabimon in tow, the Wukong has to be very careful. So Rift Herald will be picked up.
4v5.
Thinks.
Look who's bot lane.
Careful here.
Rano's not here, so this is a fight that they can win.
Teleport's up in about 5 seconds, so if they wait any longer, they're going to go in. Cyclone is going to be used. It'll stop the Absolute Zero as well. Sphinx cannot get away. Here's 6 PM and Azina exhaust. Going to go on to Dank Jaguar. Wild Growth has to be used defensively for 6 PM as she will fall. Rexter's just kiting Griganator. Ignite will land. Flash forward for the auto as the Super Mega Death Rocket comes forward as well. But all the while, Rando is just pushing this bot side of the map. Only gets a little bit of a chunk damage onto the tier 2 turret, so slight win for Limestone in that one.
Yeah, and they get a couple kills on to, granted, the supporting cast of this Towson Esports roster. No particular expenditure on the bot side. They don't really lose out on anything, and when you're playing this split push style, it can be difficult to know whether or not you should TP, whether or not you should be trying to focus those objectives ultimately. Rano doesn't particularly get anything, and that can be something to look toward as a beneficial play for Limestone. They're going to be very happy with that, so they'll have to keep on taking these 5v5s. And I think that this was a perfect example, Fish, of the team's win conditions. We talked about it in the draft that Griganator, he's going to be the team fight top lane, and you've got Rano going to be that split push top side as well. So with these two players sort of play to those ideologies to a fault, we could see the likes of a base race, a 4v5 that goes on a Knife's Edge. Because this Jinx is still incredibly strong, 4v5s aren't easy. They just require good target selection from Limestone.
Yeah, I would have liked to see, as you pointed out, I wanted to see Rando just commit to that tower. There were no backs being channeled by Limestone at all. Rando had free priority. And I'm curious, you've got Dragon up in 15 seconds, you've got Baron up in 20, and you have a Jinx who's fed enough to where Baron might not be impossible, and you have a Rift Herald route, dude, sitting in Sphinx's pocket. I want to see where this Rift Herald goes. Is it use bot lane to try and draw pressure so that you can go to Baron? Is it trying to use mid lane just so you can get a free turret? I want to see what Sphinx is going to do here, as right now, Limestone's just going to hump on this dragon with very little resistance.
Remember, trying to outsmite a Nunu, incredibly difficult. Consume Smite can be roughly 1500 true damage coming through. Got Rex Taurus on the top side, and then the flanking Lissandra could be a big deal.
Here we go. Over the wall, there's the blast cone. There is the combo you talked about. Call the Forge God.
it's
already down. They will just get straight wiped. They played it perfectly to Towson. They waited till the last moment. They get the ace, and now with this Rift Herald, they can do some serious damage or just walk over to Baron because the respawn timers are all at 20 seconds.
Rex Taurus just 5-man rooted everybody. I think Dank Jaguar actually got a flash out at a good timing, but it was nowhere near enough. His entire team crumbled before him. And this is exactly how you take on a team fight composition. You approach from 3 different sides. You don't give them the opportunity to find the wombo combo. You can't on-horn 5 people if 3 of them are in different places, nor can you use that shockwave to do the exact same thing. A really well-executed collapse from Towson. And now Limestone, they are in a pickle because they've got this inhibitor turret that may well fall, may well actually stay alive. As Rextrus.
Has to be careful. Does it have the flash? Frozen Tomb's almost up. As we do see the tier 2 bot will go down, our tier 1 top tower will go down, so Towson will just spread the love. And I will say the worst part of that fight, Root Dude, is because Limestone chose to disengage, Dragon literally walked into Sphinx. Dragon just reset at 1500 HP, like you pointed out, and Sphinx just said, freest dragon of my life on a flip dragon.
Yeah, well, he will take those pretty much every day of the week. You know, Consume Smite, it was roughly 50 HP that got him coming down. And the real scary part of the last 2 minutes was the aftermath of that fight. It wasn't the fact that, you know, well, I mean, as scary as getting 5 kills for nothing is Showtime.
Showtime's going to go in. What's the Cyclone? Final chapter going to be used. Wild Growth defensively used on Azina. Teleport coming in from Reno as the Jinx will go down. Second Cyclone used to go to be Pop Rosa Tomb. Means that is a dead Wukong as Reno picks up the kill. It's a 4v3 here. Here comes Sphinx. Can he help the team disengage? It's going to be the biggest question. Knockup on the Griganator. Reno has to be careful. Call the Forge God is going to come in. The knockup will land, but Reno should be alive here.
No consistent
Showtime.
damage. Azina's dead, so they don't want to take this fight right now. It's a 1-for-1, but one that Limestone will be very happy with. If they can pick up Azina and then not all clumped up like we saw in the last river fight, that is when their team fight is going to really thrive because there's no consistent DPS from the Jinx. The Lissandra very good at picking off single targets. Teams are clumped, but that was not the case. They spaced nicely in the mid lane, and if they can continue to find fights like that where they pick off Azina using this Twitch Yumi combo, there is a world where this team fight can go well for Limestone. I wanted to, you know, quickly touch on the fact that the hard part of the last couple of minutes wasn't that there was 5 kills for nothing. It was that Limestone lost 4 turrets. You know, Towson managed to get so much gold off of that play that it meant that any coming fights that ensued later on were going to be even harder and they'd have to take them even better. But with those couple of kills being picked up, they get the shutdown onto Azina. That's a lot of gold in the back pocket. They're going to be happy enough to just say, okay, we can keep looking for these picks, and if we keep on playing it well, utilizing that style, we can get away with things.
Ooh, Rano trying to catch Briganator mid-item build. Showtime is over the wall. He's going to jump over. There is Ripple-Zay. First Cyclone will land. Rano trying to pick up a kill. Cannot find it. Showtime will get another shutdown. And that's even scarier, Rudu, because he showed his potential last fight, and it looks like Towson will make the call. If you're a jungler's bot lane, we're going to take what should be a free Baron.
Yeah, no teleport either from Briganator, so that is not going to be an all to contest. Twitch, Yumi, plus an Orianna ball. It's not over yet.
Showtime's trying to get in range. Nice root, and immediately Dank Jaguar is dead.
Oh, but Showtime's here.
The Frozen Tomb. It's going to be a flip on the Baron, but the Nunu will win that one. Wild Growth is going to go on to Sphinx. He is very tanky. Vuvuzela, the next target, and he will go down as well. Showtime just going to get kited to oblivion. Zap will miss. 6 p.m. Staying alive. That is huge. One more member with Baron buff. I believe all 5 members. I don't know if Rano spawned in time for Baron. We'll have to find out. But Towson played that perfectly with the disengage Rudu.
Yeah, I mean, if your top laner gets the Baron, it's excellent because this Fury is going to be split pushing. But for the most part, a ton of credit deserved to go to Azina, Rextrus, and 6 p.m. Of course, Sphinx as well for the really good Nunu smite mechanics. Rextrus with the pick off onto Dank Jaguar. Azina and 6 p.m. for spacing Showtime perfectly, making it sure that this Wukong was always just a hair's breadth away from taking them down, but never quite able to find the kill. And now moving forward, it's a 3-item Jinx with that Gale Force with a Lulu pocketing, meaning it's going to be so hard for really anybody on Limestone to take this pick. And now they're trying to play for the 5 versus 4 in the bot side jungle. Rano is on the top side. He's collecting turrets. And with this Drake spawning very soon here, another 5v4 is going to come through. No TP. This is advantage for Limestone.
Forward shot will come through. Knock up on the 6 p.m. and Zenith turret will go down. Showtime gonna pop the Cyclone. Zayla barely holding on. A double kill picked up for Rextrus. Another great 4-man root. Grenator just gonna get kited backwards despite the Yumi being there. It's a triple kill for the Lysandra.
Oh.
Is it a pentakill? No. Azina will steal it. Showtime will at least hop in, but goes down to the rocket splash damage. They'll pick up Soul, and all the while Rano's just pushing top lane. That should be top inhibitor down as well.
I mean, it could be more than just that, I think. There's an inhibitor probably just going to fall, actually, and they could have maybe gone mid lane and tried to find that inhib as well. You can see no Baron, actually, on Rano. But the Drake goes over. That Soul that we talked about being maybe not the most influential, but the one that Fiora in particular is going to love to get away with, now having been picked up. And for Towson, this is a slow walk to a winning game right now. They can send Fiora bot lane, they can send the core 4-man mid lane. There's no objectives on the sides of the map to try and look at. So you've got a very easy job right now of utilizing the last 40 seconds of a Baron to just push your waves. Use Rano on the bot side to make their way through the lanes, make their way through the turrets, and slowly but surely secure this first game win.
And if you're Limestone rooted, you look, I mean, you mentioned the 5v4 is probably where they maybe could come back, depending on if Towson knew how to play the 5v4. They just got smoked in the 5v4. They only picked up 1 kill, and now they're going to hop onto Showtime. Cyclone has to be used defensively here. The Ripose will not be able to land a stun, but one member is down. Griganator, most likely the next target is Rextrus going to go over the wall. Call the force shot. Does not matter. Frozen Tomb to heal up here. Dank Jaguar trying to make a play, but it's not even going to come close. Despite the pray and pray cleave, that's a triple kill for Rano. Everyone will survive, and now it's just a matter of time before Towson picks up this game 1 win, it feels like.
It really feels like that. Vuvuzela not able to particularly hold the line up against Azina either. Whether or not she can they can hold the line versus the entire team, the Orianna going to be hard pressed.
No, not even close. What a play by Rextrus there. And that is going to be game number 1, going over to Towson. Unless Showtime has a miracle here. Does not even have the ultimate, however. Trying to at least help the stats, but gets rooted, dies as well. Tank Jaguar company will not make it in. And Towson pick up game number 1 here in our 4v5 matchup in the quarterfinals of the Emerging White Division.
Feels like week 2, 1-0 for Towson. They started out with that win in the last series. They start out with a win here in this one as well, in very convincing fashion as well, we might say. There was a fairly shaky part in the mid game where there was a couple of fights that probably didn't go the way they were favouring, but overall, Azina got those early game kills, and once you saw a 4-0-2 Jinx in the bot lane, it really never felt the same.
Yeah, felt like Showtime was... It felt like they had this great stealth draft built up, and that's what Showtime was trying outside. Probably the first 15 minutes for a dude never resulted in any kills, as you said. A triple kill for Jinx. It was basically over, though. I do want to say Rextrus played that Lysandra perfectly. I thought it was going to be more of a support. That was not the case. You mentioned it, a 5-man route in one of the dragon fights. I believe the last dragon fight there was a 4-man route or potentially a 3-man route that just shut down the whole thing. And said maybe it's just week 2 all over again. We'll take a break when we come back. Game 2 between Towson and Limestone. Towson looking to move on to the semifinals next week. Limestone looking to get us to a game number 3. Who's going to take the win? We'll find out right after this.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back into the NECC. We've got game number 2 here in our emergent white quarterfinals between the 4-seed Towson and the 5-seed Limestone. Fish and Rude Deer here calling all of the action. It was a pretty dominant Towson win in game number 1. Root Dude really didn't look back after a triple kill bot lane around the 7-8 minute mark for Azina on that Jinx. And at least going into game 2, the sides will not change. It will still be Towson on the blue side. It will be Limestone on the red side. Towson had game 1 pick as the higher seed. Limestone had it in game 2 as the loser of game 1. They better have something spicy up their sleeves for a counter pick, because I don't know why you would stick red after losing.
Well, no, we know that there's something spicy coming through, and I don't want to say that it was on 5 because it wasn't, and we got a little annoyed, but we do still have our relevant levels of spice up here in this draft, up against Towson. We've got a similar sort of top lane, which we are going to get to see come to fruition. It's another Ornn in the top lane for Grigonator. He's also up against a Camille this time around. They do end up banning away the Fiora in second phase before all of this gets picked up, and there's in the drafting phase there was a lot of priority around the bot lane, so those were the lanes that sort of got focused down early doors, and what you're seeing now was actually the final pickup. It was for Limestone. They picked the Trundle last, having seen an Olaf, and as far as R5 Trundles go, this is probably as good as they get up against an Olaf. You feel pretty good if you subjugate onto an Olaf before he pops the Ragnarok. Then you take away his resistances initially, and then he also takes away his own resistances when he presses Ragnarok. You start dealing true damage to Trundle, to the Olaf very quickly, and if that's in a teamfight setting, you can obviously do a fair amount of work. So you want to be making sure that this Olaf is, if you are Sphinx, that you're taking these very short order skirmishes where that is not the case. And already now, Fish, we sort of talk a little too long about the jungles, but we've got our spice already shown.
Yeah, the mid lane, I mean, the Fizz is the highlight of that spice. Again, you and I were talking, I mean, maybe one Fizz combined in our competitive casting experiences that we've seen. But I think the other thing that's just total spice is, last time this was a control mage matchup, right? It was the Lissandra into the Orianna. Now it is Assassin versus Assassin, Akali versus Fizz. I'm really excited to see this mid lane matchup. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, nothing too much changed. The Lulu actually was the R1 for Dabimon. I do like that pick. Maybe that was why 6 PM stole the Lulu, and 6 PM will instead be on that Morgana. So to me, this really screams who Taos still on the left side, on that blue side, just really drafted a comp that said, we are going to do as much damage as physically possible in League of Legends, and we're going to hope we kill you before you kill our 2,000 HP bar team, because there is not a tank to be seen outside of Olaf and his pseudo tankiness that he did.
Yeah, right. You build Sterak's, you build Death Dance, Gore Drinker. There's a lot of pseudo tank that you talk about. The healing more so than anything is the scary factor. But what I'm also noticing is that there's actually going to be 2 targets on House at Towson that are going to be immune to CC. There's going to be the Olaf with his ult, and then whoever Morgana chooses to Black Shield. So there's a fair whack of scariness going in if you are Limestone as well. Now we get to take another quick check up with those rune choices once again. Biscuits in the top side to try and sustain the Fiora through the early stages, but nothing too untoward. It looks like Last Stand for Fiora is actually pretty out there, pretty wild as far as rune choices go, because you're sort of staking your claim on being low HP regardless, as opposed to just being able to, you know, go 1-for-1 and maybe trade at higher HP totals.
Yeah, I think the mid lane is probably where we want to see the runes, as we do get the Camille there.
I got baited.
You got a little. It's okay. We'll forgive you because I think we're looking forward to the mid lane, right? Because last time it was Rextrus who brought the Ultimate Hunter, brought the Ignite on the Lissandra. Those are not common comps. I'm curious. I mean, I don't think you'd bring Teleport Ignite Akali. I'm very curious if you can make Akali any more aggressive than she naturally is, and so that's why I'm really looking forward. We see the junglers here, everything looking pretty standard for these two, though.
Yeah, for the most part. Now, Last Stand on Olaf makes a lot of sense. You want to be at that low HP threshold to get the attack speed from your passive. Of course, this is still pre-rework Olaf. There's no lifesteal passive, nor extending of the Ragnarok just yet. but the left stand does make a lot of sense here. Lethal tempo on the Trundle as well. And approach velocity, I did see that, and I respect it. You go for the pillar so you can chomp and speedily catch them down more. Also worth noting that even if the pillar's not there, your chomp applies a mini slow for a small amount of time, so that is going to be applying the approach velocity as well. And you talked about this mid lane matchup, it's one that I want to keep my eyes on as well. We have Resolve versus no Resolve, so full brute force damage for the Fizz versus the Akali, who's gone for a little bit more sustainability through the laning phase, not so much damage. There's actually a really niche interaction that you can pull off. Basically, the way that Fizz's Q, the short dash, works is it has to connect to deal the damage. It can be flashed, it can be mobility used to dodge away. So the likes of a Shuriken flip, if you can time that with the Fizz Q, you can actually land your Q on the Fizz when he's charging at you, whilst also taking no damage from the Q. So there's a very niche window of opportunity to catch out the Fizz and really win the trade for yourself.
And I'm curious, I think I want to say these runes the same as last time I spoke for the AD carries, how that mid lane will go, because remember, Rexter is dominated that mid lane over Vuvuzela. Multiple solo kills on the Lissandra. If you give an Akali solo kills, oh no. Like, we're already in a world of hurt. And I'm very curious now that Twitch doesn't have his Yuumi sort of cheese, come out of stealth, final chapter, spray and pray, blow everyone up combo. I'm very curious to see how this Twitch will play, because the bot lane Lulu has to make sure they're always next to Twitch. They can't just let that Twitch roam off by themselves, because as Yuumi, they were always there. Now, a little bit more required attention from Dobby Man on that Lulu.
Of course, taking the Guardian here in this bot lane a bit more safe necessarily. There's a lot more kill potential that comes from a Morgana. If you hit that Dark Binding, you can very easily chain the Flame Chompers into that and start really rattling out the damage quite soon on. If you get that Black Shield onto whoever it is that's going to get Glitter Lanced as well, that's the only real way that you can disengage in this bot lane. There's, you know, a couple slows coming through, but if you do, like I say, get that Black Shield down, you actually can take very effective trades. So I think that for Towson, they've got a lot of winning areas of this map. They just need to utilize them, because they have an Olaf in their jungle. And Olaf loves winning lanes, and Olaf doesn't like losing lanes, because he wants to invade, he wants to get in the face of the enemy jungler, and he wants to make the enemy jungler pretty much hate their life for the most part.
Yeah, I do think that that's where the Trundle is going to shine, because I don't think there's going to be an opportunity for this Olaf to 1v1 the Trundle, as you said, get in the jungle, because Trundle has that AD steal on the Q. There's a lot of ways for him to deny that. I'm really curious, speaking of the jungle, it's showtime. What are you going to do? What are you going to show us? Because last time it was bot lane, dead, bot lane, dead bot lane again. Like, where else can he go? Because you can't gank into the Dark Binding. You'll just get rooted, and you'll just take free damage from that Jinx. So I want to see where Showtime will go. Will he maybe try and go top lane? Will he try and help out his assassins in the mid lane? We will find out. But game number 2 is upon us, Rude Dude. Can Towson lock up the 2-0 just like they did in the regular season and advance to the semifinals next week against our number 1 seed in the Emergent White Division, Redbirds Varsity? Or will Limestone have a game 3 around the corner? A lot more spicier starts this time, though, unfortunately. The other teams are both drinking milk, because that spice is going to be nullified, as they are nowhere close to each other.
Did you know that milk is actually bad for you when you have spice?
But it makes the spice hurt way less, Rude.
But it's worse. It doesn't. It's a myth. It takes it away for like a second, and then you're like, oh, this still burns. I promise you, water is the move. Milk may seem like the move, but it's always water.
Minions have spawned.
As someone who is not a fan of spice, I don't know if I can trust you, because water, every time I'm like, what? Water doesn't help. Water to me is the milk. It's like, this is going to work. No, it's not. Nothing helps.
All right. Well, you can continue your life. I mean, as a non-spice fan, it doesn't particularly affect you, but to all the spicy food fans out there, drink water. That's my advice to you. We did get to see.
It also
you
helps
think
that
my
nowhere
advice what?
sells milk. Nowhere it really sells milk either, so I feel like your advice helps out there.
What do you mean nowhere sells milk?
You can't go to a restaurant and get milk.
Also true. But, like, you know, people cook at home.
That's true. We hop into game number 2 here, Rude Dude. We'll see if they're
I
a
want
little
to
bit...
talk more about milk. Fish, do you drink milk on its own?
Oh, I love me some Milk Fruit.
Okay, gamer. All right, they're ganking. We should talk about the game.
Nice pillar there. Rextra should be able to get away. Here comes Sphinx as well. Ignite going to land. Flash over the wall. Showtime will flash as well. Undertow misses. Actually landed onto the Fizz, which is not the target Sphinx wanted. Now he's got to run away. Red buff ticking. Flash will come out. And Vuvuzela will not find the kill. And a lot spicier this time for Limestone at the start. No slow play here for Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, Rextrus, unfortunately, not flashing the crucial cooldown. When you see that Olaf walking, you have to flash first axe, you have to flash playful tricks, you have to get rid of the initial slow so that chase down can't come through. Instead, you saw exactly what happens. You get chased down with those chain slows. You can flash one afterwards, but once that slow's applied, it's very easy to close that gap. And we talked about the approach velocity for the Trundle. With that pillar having come through, you really do get away with things, and I know that I said you have to flash the axe. That's the wrong teammate. Get away with those occasionally, but the point still stands. If you don't flash the slow, you are going to die, and I think that Rextra's learned a valuable lesson there.
And as you still pointed out, Showtime flashed the axe away from Six. If that Undertow lands onto Showtime, he probably is able to pick it up. He's able to continuously spam slows. Maybe they win that engagement. I would say, big ups to Showtime. I was very worried after that Game 1 performance that it wasn't going to be in his favor, but he has turned things around. Looks like we might have the spectator scoreboard glitch there. Just needs to be refreshed as the kills haven't quite shown through yet, though. I do believe it was picked up by Showtime with the assist over to Vuvuzela. So it will be a double reroll scuttle, though, for Sphinx. He will luckily get back into this game. Actually, no, it was Vuvuzela who picked up the kill, so that's pretty huge for that Limestone mid lane.
You see a skirmish. Binding hits.
Dark Binding is going to land. Black Shield will go on to Sphinx, but the Undertow misses. Is able to pick it up, but it misses again. 0 for 2 for Sphinx. Make it really 0 for 3 on these axes. Now Dank Jaguar and Dobby Man have come over. Rextrus is there as well. Zap just misses. Unfortunately, Towson cannot buy a hit onto an enemy player.
Oh, Azina's dead. If they see this Jinx in the pitch, she's got no flash. Azina's going to go down. They have to fight their way out of this.
No one's gone after Azina yet.
You need to shepherd out the Jinx.
Oh, there's the Shuriken flip. Nice polymorph is going to land. Azina is going to be the first target. Dobimon going to flash right into the Akali, though. 6 p.m. will fall as well. First Undertow finally lands of this game for Sphinx as Rextrus and Sphinx going to try and kite backwards. Huge Undertow potentially as Akali goes over the wall. Nice Shuriken flip back. It's a 1v2, however. I don't think Rextrus is going to find the damage with Dank Jaguar over the wall. A crazy fight over that River Scuttle. Ends up going 4 for 2 in favor of Limestone.
And there's no polite way of saying it. Unfortunately, Sphinx's undertows are just not hitting the marker. I think we counted 3, 4, potentially 5 undertows that go wide. That's a lot of damage. That is all of Olaf in the early stages. If those connect, the fight goes entirely differently. But it's Limestone that come away with the win. Credit to them for dodging out on those undertows, for still finding those skirmishes, picking off the low HP targets of Towson. This game going much better for them in the early stages, and with those couple kills, you want to see the snowball of this Fizz come through. Vuvuzela had a rough game number 1, got absolutely bodied by Alessandra. This time he's on Fizz, he's got a lot of agency in the early stages to try and make some plays happen.
Vuvuzela gonna hop in. Shuriken flip right back. Here comes Sphinx. Will the Undertow land? Rude dude, no.
That one was out of range.
The day.
You can get away with that one. That was out of range.
Rhino getting a little bit of damage. I will say that other thing that fight, as you pointed out, pathing just completely, I don't know if Azina maybe had a brain slip or what, pathed into the Dragon Pit with no flash. Towson otherwise could have just disengaged over that fight. We'll have to talk about, though. Speaking of engages, here comes Showtime on this Trundle. He's back in the bot lane. He wants vengeance. Black Shield is going to land. It looks like they want to try and turn this onto Dank Jaguar. Exhaust will go down, but they just simply don't have enough damage to get past Showtime and Dank Jaguar. Another kill picked up, and Limestone looking real strong early on here.
Yep, no wards on the bot side, and a really good capitalization away from Showtime. Picks up a quick kill, but now this top side.
Chance here for Griganator. Gonna get towered out. They're not gonna play it right. Sphinx is dead.
That's fine. That's still fine. I mean, Griganator has TP, so he's gonna be able to get back to the wave, but at this point, Olaf has already lost enough. Getting him down again. Hey, I'll take a kill onto my Camille every day of the week.
It's resetting his goal. What they're doing, so that he's slowly worth less.
Hey, he's not down that bad, okay? Come on.
the way the undertows have been played. We do see a knock up there onto Rano. Rano just simply stayed too long, tries the hook shot to safety. Here comes Follow the Forge God. Flash is going to get out of it though. And the lone bright spot there up at the top side for Towson, because even Rextris is down bad in this mid lane, is going to get hit by the Rabid Bunny, appropriate for Easter, but no kill quite going to connect there. Rextris might have a play here once he hits 6 with Ignite potentially.
Can't be that far away, but you do need to be careful because Vuvuzela also has Ignite. QW plus Ignite might just kill.
Oh, there we go. Rextris still not level 6. Has to flash away. Sphinx one more time, but this time the undertow is flashed away. We'll give it to him. Another one that's just out of range. These mid laners are hanging on by a string. Here comes Showtime, though. Both these mid laners want to kill. Ult available for the Akali. Ignite is going to land. Will the perfect execution will be used? No. Will be a disengage, it looks like, though Showtime is trying to run down this Akali. Meanwhile, bot lane, Zap doesn't do nearly as much health. Dabimon, I feel like just there's a huge difference from him on the Lulu now. He does take a root. Big chunk of damage. Zap gonna come through as well. Sphinx is rotating down. Dang Jaguar looking to follow here. Lethal Temple is fully stacked. Double flash will come through. Oh. The undertow just sits there in the middle of the map harmlessly.
Unironically, a zoning one. If Dank Jaguar walks forward, he gets hit by it, he doesn't get the kill. Now in the river, there's a couple things going down onto Showtime. It's not actually any action. I got a little bit debated right there. Nevertheless, another skirmish in the bot side, one that this time comes away in favor of Limestone. I mean, both summoner spells expended for both ADCs. And when you're pushing as the Jinx, you're the one that's in trouble. You need to sort of be careful, mind those jungle ganks. We've already seen Azina get caught out once with it. At 6 PM, she's done a very good job so far at trying to support, quite literally, in the most literal sense, Azina in this game. Now level 4 on the Morgana, going to be waiting for that 6th spike.
Ooh, Rextris going to go in here on Showtime. Vuvuzela rotates down, perfect execution. R2 is up, it's not going to matter. Should just be able to use it to get over the wall, and that's exactly what Rextris will do, and that is what Towson needed. A solo kill for the assassin in the mid lane, and they're starting to get back in this game. They actually have the gold lead, Rude Dude, despite the early disadvantages they suffered.
Yeah, and you can look, and I think that the majority of that is actually going to be coming from this top lane. Weirdly enough, it's the lane where we've seen the least action, but that kill onto Rano, the assist onto Rano rather, but all of the minions as well. There's a frozen wave as well, means that Griganator is struggling to get any form of farm. I probably would like to call up Showtime. I think that in this situation, you'd call up your jungler Extras.
The waters did miss, unfortunately, and that is a large chunk of that damage in the CC, though Showtime is here. Rextris does not have flash. Gonna see that Trundle will throw down the Twilight Shroud. Meanwhile, bot lane again, more damage being traded here. Dabimon does not have Wild Growth yet. This could be a chance for Azina coming to go in. Root is going to land, exhausted as well. Super Mega Death Rocket, we jump mid lane. Unfortunately, the 5-second strike is going to miss, but they'll trade 2 for 1 as Azina's back online with a double kill in the bot lane.
Oh, it's actually so huge for Towson in the bot lane. The fact that they get that double kill, it was a crucially timed Black Shield from 6 PM. She hits that, and then Dabimon hits the polymorph straight into it. Can you support, though? Showtime, he's the one that's caught here.
Oh, great flame choppers. There's the undertow. Doesn't need the second one is Azina. Oh, I've seen this story before, Rude Dude.
Fish, I've been to the theatre once or twice myself. This is a play that I've seen a few times. 3 kills onto the Jinx now in the bot lane. Granted, there are a couple extra kills that have gone over to Limestone. The game by no means is out of control just yet, but this is looking very reminiscent of game number 1 where Azina was able to pop off.
Nano just pulling down Griganator, going to use that hook shot to land, stun. Has the Hextech ultimatum, but will choose not to go in. Neither jungler has even shown their face top lane, though as I say that, Sphinx is rotating up, but I believe made it up unscathed by Ward. So Rano's going to go in, look for the Hextech ultimatum to start this fight off. Call the Forge God will be used. Double knockup!
Oh!
And the kill just immediately onto Rano, though Sphinx should potentially win this. Want to go pick up the axe. Another undertow just wide left, unfortunately. And Showtime is rotating up here as well. If Sphinx stays, this advantage could go away as Dink Jaguar does get hit. Showtime will show his face. Sphinx will quickly realize, has to pop the Ragnarok to get away. Still has flash. He's going to decide to hold on to it instead and will go down here. Flame Chomper is going to land a root immediately onto Dabimon. Wild Growth going to go onto Dink Jaguar. Super Mega Death Rocket will miss. Kills being picked up across the map for Limestone as they'll pick up 1 in the bot, 1 in the mid, 1 in the top. and they'll immediately get back in this game and put themselves on top.
And I don't know what happened in the mid lane, but Rextress is 2 levels down now on the Akali, gets dove under the turret. Really well played by Vuvuzela to recognize that he's got that window to do so. And down in the bot side as well, with the Super Mega Death Rocket getting flashed away, the exhaust being used. Dank Jaguar and Dobbymon, after a solo 2 versus 2 that doesn't go their way, they find a kill that does. And like I say, Limestone now the ones out in advance, and the metronome keeps on swinging, keeps on going left to right, and at the minute, it's in favor of Limestone.
It's Limestone who gets the first 2 dragons. It will be a Mountain Soul going forward. Again, with the amount of damage that we see on Tau's side, the extra shield could be nice for players like Jaguar, Vuvuzela, and really, dude, this kind of looks in game. It's similar to game 1 in the sense that Rano's going to have to make this a 5v4 across the map as the Shuriken toss in for Rexer. 6 p.m. coming in. Black Shield going to be used. Binding has to be flashed there by the Fizz. Luckily they get out of dodge, but this top lane is a very scary sight for Limestone. Rano is pulling away, now almost 40 CS ahead of his lane opponent.
Now, this is after the 2 kills that have gone over to Griganator, so even despite that, the Camille able to get 2 Mythic first of all. I like the sort of garage sale that you do up against Camille though. I'm a fan of the Sunfire.
Zenith and Black Shields will be used. Spray and Pray has been popped by Dank Jaguar, so the range advantage is on their side. The Toxin's ticking down. Super Mega Death Rocket will be blocked. Here comes Sphinx coming in. One more shot is going to pick up the kill. Stopwatch will be used. Ragnarok popped here as the Soul Shackles will get the binding and eventually the kill. Can the Undertow land? No, Davimon just simply too fast, but at least Towson does pick up 1 on the bot side of the map, though unfortunately it went over to the support. So if you want to nitpick, not overall the best trade.
And now, Rextress has to get back into mid lane, up against Vuvuzela, who's just controlling this. No Chum the Waters, but with Lud and Zacho, you don't need it, I don't think. 4 stacks Dark Seal as well. Very scary.
Very odd pathing there for Rextress. And this is, I don't think, a fight you win in a 2v2. The level advantage clearly in their favor. Nice playful trickster to dodge the Shuriken flip. Chum the Waters is going to land on Rextress. He is just dead. Now Sphinx has to flash, but he's going to fall as well. 2 kills handed over for really no reason in that mid lane.
And we got to see what Subjugate can do right there. Just drained the Olaf stats and really just took him down to a bit of a piece of paper on the Summoner's Rift. Herald gets called, they call it in and take down mid-tier 1 turret. That's going to be more gold into this Fizz, and if there's one thing that as an AD carry player you don't like to see, it's fed assassins, and Fizz can at times feel like one of those with very minimal counterplay. QW and 70% of my HP gets taken away, does not feel good.
Oh, Rano, you got to be careful. Here comes the rest of the team. Call the Fortune is going to be used. Knockup will basically secure the kill. The Skurginator will be the one to get his vengeance and now go 3-1 on this Orin, and the map belongs to Limestone. Double the kills, a near 3k gold lead, Rude Dude, and as you mentioned, a 6-0-3 Fizz here for Vuvuzela in game 2.
Working toward that Zhonya's Hourglass as well means that Vuvuzela with the stopwatch already is going to be incredibly hard to take down. That 600 gold bounty over their head is going to be so hard to cash in. And you're looking at the carries for Taos and you think, who is going to be able to collect this Fizz? And really, you're hoping that your Camille can do something in a team fight, but that's not her strength. Particularly, you want to move into that side lane and try and bully this on even more, but with the Sunfire Aegis, now Dank Jaguar, oh, this is going to be messy.
They're going to try and hop on to Dalbymon. Dank Jaguar on the back line. Black Shield going to be used. Can't even pick up the kill onto the Lulu. Story of the game for Towson. You think they have the advantage. Dank Jaguar, as you pointed out, Rude Dude, coming out of stealth. Easy kill for him.
Yeah, now the Kraken Slayer being completed for Azina, opting into this full damage route, but up against Trundle and the Ornn, I can see the news for true damage, but they actually warrant a lot of mobility as well, getting away to safety. We'll have to see whether or not Gale Force would have been the move, but Kraken Slayer certainly going to have its own set of value as well. Sphinx down here on the bot side. I don't think this is a 2v2 that you go for, but Dank Jaguar doesn't have any mana.
Oh. The Undertow, I guess, zoned off the ward is the nice way to put it there, Rude Dude. Kept it alive in that Tribush Dragon. Third of the game with the full point for Limestone comes up here in 55 seconds, and I just don't see a world where you fight over this. I mean, Vuvuzela is the same level as your top laner. He has a 2-level lead on everyone except Reno. I don't see any way, unless there's a crazy steal here from Sphinx, that this dragon doesn't go into the hands of Limestone, as we do see Reno trying to dual Griganator here. A kill would be huge. because Griganator does have this TP while Rano's not quite off cooldown. It should be very close to when that dragon spawns that Rano can join the fight.
Yeah, you're trying to play this war of attrition in the top lane where you slowly chip away at the health pool. We're getting to level 9 at Camille already, and now Dobbymon potentially in trouble, but Polymorph's back.
I think Jaguar, here comes Vuvuzela.
Good pillar spotted, and takes sort of all of the zoning away from Towson.
And the water did go out. It is going to land on Rextris. He will be able to drive the Twilight Shot. Now's your chance. Great stopwatch, though. Should cancel out the Soul Shackles. It actually ended a bit early, but it's not going to matter. Playful Trickster over the wall. This Fizz is just simply too far ahead. Super Mega Death Rocket will hit Dobbymon, but not enough to warrant any sort of danger. We'll see if Rando, he is going to channel the teleport. Griganator's going to come in here as well. It's a 5v4 over this dragon, though the health bars greatly favor the side of Towson. Call the Forge God is going to come in. Nice Black Shield to cancel the knockup onto the AD carry. Here's your chance. Rextroy is going to go in. He will go down, unfortunately, and there's just no follow-up. This Griganator and company now can just run down the rest of Towson. They'll take Soul for nothing. They'll just walk away.
Soul point here for nothing here, Fish. Let's not get too hasty as the Mountain Drake gets picked up, and a lot of low health pools. We do really start to see the issues that we have with the team fight when it comes to Towson's composition. They've got an Olaf, they've got an Akali and a Camille who thrive in these short order skirmishes, but when it comes to a 5v5, trying to get through an Ornn is something that is going to be very difficult. And now Dank Jaguar getting caught by that binding. I think that if Azina had a little more information, that's simply a kill. Now Sphinx is here to try and pick up some more, but there's enough vision on this bot side to prevent any kills going over, to prevent that shutdown being claimed. And now with Vuvuzela here as well, this could be a 2v1 very easily taken by this Fizz.
And this bot lane, I mean, I will say 6 PM has played phenomenal. I haven't seen many bindings of hers miss. She's had some great Soul Shackles as well. It really feels like the difference in this bot lane has simply been Dobbymon on the Lulu has had so much more impact than they had in Game 1 on the Yuumi. And that has enabled Dank Jaguar to get at least ahead in kills. The CS not quite where you would want it, still down about 35 versus Azina, so there's small windows where Towson can get in. But this Lulu pick, I think if we go to Game 3, Root Dude, is going to be a highly contested one. Probably looking at either a B1 for Towson or maybe even a ban. I know we still have a long way to go, but Towson just simply has not found an opening on this team. As here comes Call the Forge God. Hook shot stopped by the Polymorph, and that will be a dead Camille here very shortly, and a dead Jinx in the bot lane.
Yeah, very little that you can do when a Fizz decides that they want to kill you, honestly. Azina uses Flash Heal, still dies. I have to imagine that the Chum the Waters hits, and at that point, there's no point burning the Summoners.
Gonna pop the Ragnarok here, gonna probably be forced to flash over the wall. He will. Now Rextris is rotating down, and I just think this becomes where Limestone starts to choke out the enemy team here. If they want, they can probably grab this 20-minute Baron. Vuvuzela uncontested across the map, Root Dude. Feels like Limestone has everything going in their way, and I want to say, like I said, I wanted to see how the team that lost Game 1 responded. They have checked that box with permanent markers so far in Game number 2.
Just decisive calls and some really good early game aggression. It feels like these games have been decided by the early 5 minutes or so. Credit to both the teams for their ability to snowball in the in Game 1 and 2 respectively. We've still got Limestone to close out this game. It is not over yet. You can never discount the late game team fighting that an Akali and a Jinx do have. But it's going to be a long ways away just yet. Rextris is 2.5 items down. We've got that Magi Soul Stealer currently at about 40% efficiency here, or 40% capacity rather. And when that does get fully stacked up, it just becomes so scary. Random ult. Okay, doesn't need to hit. Look at this damage.
Well, they're going to go back in. Shuriken Flip. Perfect Execution will be used. But the disengage and the health bar still favor Limestone. And as you mentioned, Rudu, of course, the objective bounties as well. Maybe you get a Baron or a Dragon Steel. You get a couple towers. That gold lead does start to shrink thanks to that mechanic. The problem is Towson has to find a way to win a fight to pick up those objectives. And right now, they're not even coming close, despite the Chum the Waters just being thrown out for no reason.
And Rano needs to start making some moves on this side lane. We saw it in Game 1, a slight bit of hesitancy when that came to that route. This could be a bait bind.
Nice start binding here. Here comes Call the Forge God, though. And I think, as you said, this is more of a bait than anything else. 2 members already go down. Rextris and Azina have to retreat. And I guess the good news here for Towson is there's nothing that will come off of those kills, because there is no objective up to take besides the Baron, and I think Limestone just wants to play it safe rather than risky.
And you know, they see the Trundle, they put a binding down, and they think, oh, maybe we can get this pick, but they have no vision in their bot side jungle, and just really good movement from Limestone. They've set up enough vision down there to be able to collapse on the binded Trundle and move their way forward into a really nice spot into another fight. 2 kills going over for them, and slowly but slowly they're pushing this lead, pushing their advantages to a point now where we have a Mountain Soul spawning in 30 seconds, trying to kill this Twitch Lulu combination. When they've got a Mountain Soul on them, it's going to be very difficult. Sphinx, there's very little that you can do to stop an Olaf getting in the pit, unless you can just build enough walls with Trundle, with Ornn, to stop him getting around, or you just kill him outright.
He's very squishy on this Olaf, especially if he has to use that Ragnarok to get in. And I will say, you talked about the split push. Rado didn't even get the tier 1 top tower while all that fighting was going on. They actually got nothing across the map. Here is the Mountain Soul. Rextris, already at about 60% HP, is going to lead the charge. As we see, Chum the Waters is going to land. Nice use of the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge the damage. Rextris dropping very low. One more shot would take him out. Rando does land a stun. Dragon and Mountain Soul will be picked up. And here come the rest of the team running down the side of Towson. And it looks like that is potentially just Baron here, Rude Dude. And then you start marching your way probably down mid lane and get us to a game 3.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be very difficult now for Towson to come back to. Twitch 2 items, 20 stacks Dark Seal, no steal away on the Dragon either, and this Baron very definitely going over. A Jinx Rocket here is going to tickle the Mountain Shields more so than anything else of Limestone. And the yeah, exactly. There's just nothing ready really for Towson to make their way forward. All credit to Limestone. You know, Vuvuzela's zoning out Rano, who is honestly one of the strongest points of this Towson squad, and you know, he's 0-4. That's saying something about how this game has gone. You just use your Fizz to take away the strongest member. Sphinx in the pit, unable to find the smite secure. A nice little 50-50, an honourable flip between Showtime and Sphinx, but at this point, the Trundle just feeling a little too confident. Showtime had the smite in his back pocket, despite the sort of true damage burst that you can get from an Olaf. You start to see that it's not just the gold lead, it's now level leads are mounting across multiple roles. There is a 6 level difference between the mid jungles combined, and that is terrifying.
It's the kill squad, as the Ornhorn will land on to 6 p.m, but she was far enough away to be safe. And I mean, really the only thing stopping Limestone from just crushing this game is minion waves and how fast they're willing to push first looking for kills. I mean, the only way to me, Rude Dude, that it looks like Towson gets back in this game is you get a flip on Elder Dragon, you get that Elder buff, you win a fight, and then maybe things start to even out and you can look ahead going forward. But as you said, the level difference is absolutely massive. 6 p.m. still in the single digits, forced to flash away from that one. They do get the tier 1 top tower, so it will not be a perfect game for Limestone. They will lose one of their turrets, but I don't think they care too much right now.
Yeah, an inhibitor going down in exchange for a top lane tier 1, certainly something that I imagine Limestone will be more than happy with. And I don't even know if this is a one fight on the top side. Thornmail is going to make things very hard for Rano. As you know, we're slowly battling through this war of attrition. 50% HP versus 60% could go either way. For Rano, it's actually just smarter to not particularly fire out too many autos. You want to be just holding and saving for the Q. You want to be using as much true damage with as little base auto attacks, because Sunfire and Thornmail plus the plated steel caps means that you're probably going to do more reflex damage than you are any damage that you're dealing to the orb.
Should be another tower. It is there, just going to pop the speed and go all in. Chum the Waters will be stopped by the stopwatch, but that's the only thing Rextris will stop, is he actually has to perfect execution flash away. He will be able to survive. They did pick up the mid tier 1 as well for Towson, but those are just small, really victories for your mental state going into game 3 here, because at an 8k gold lead, Baron for the next 30 seconds, this could easily be bot inhibitor if Limestone chooses to push that far in.
Now they have got Jinx to try and wave clear, has got the Runans as well, which is going to do a little bit of work up against the Baron. So taking this turret isn't as easy as it seems, and with no Chum the Waters, the dive as well, certainly a lot more difficult than you may have imagined, but that pillar could well have just spelled the disaster anyway.
Xena barely breaks the shield from both Mountain Soul and the Lulu there. Meanwhile, the tier 2 top lane turret has gone down as well. 2 members, Sphinx and Rando, going to try and jump on the Griganator. Call of the Forge God is going to be used. We'll get the knockup dodge by the Hextech Ultimatum. Super Mega Death Rocket will come in as well. And all 3 members of Towson, at least 3 of the members, I should say, do finally pick up a kill. But at
they
what
got
cost
Azina.
here, Rude Dude? There's the chum the water. Azina is just dead before they can even react. Abimon dropping low immediately. Sphinx will get eliminated. Rextress will go down as well. And I believe we have ourselves a game number 3 on our hands. Unless Rando has the 1v4 quad kill in his back pocket somewhere without an ultimate, which I don't know if he's going to be able to pull that one out.
No, and Showtime's full HP. You can just zone everybody off here. Turrets abound, and now it's just going to be a game.
Game 3, here we come. Rando will hop in one more time. He'll hand the kill over, and Limestone with a dominant win here in game number 2. Has evened up this series in the quarterfinals of the Emergent White Division, and now we know for sure one team will go home, one team will move on to play Redbirds varsity in the semifinals, Rude Dude. And a great response here, and it really, to me, all started, I'll say on the bot side. I thought everything was still played, I thought, equally as well from Azina and 6 p.m., but I think the Lulu just meant a huge difference to Dank Jaguar. He survived so many more engages and got kills instead of just dying like when the Yuumi was around.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning here that was an incredibly fed assassin in the mid lane. There was some nice 2v2 play that came through very early on, which set the tone for the game for the most part. And despite the attempted efforts on the top side for Sphinx to try and get his Camille ahead to get Rano to a point of split push power, that never really came through, and the bot side of the map really did crumble before him. As we saw 3 kills come through to Azina, and we thought maybe we were going to see a bit of deja vu, but there was a little too much power in that Lulu pick, a little bit too much power in a incredibly fed Fizz to come through.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think Sphinx will probably maybe go back to the Nunu because just the undertow misses early on in the game. There were so many engage attempts that maybe you pick up a kill if an undertow hits. But we will have to see. Game 3 is coming up next. Will it be Towson or will it be Limestone advancing to the semifinals? Who will be going home? We'll find out right after this break.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
welcome back into the NECC Emergent White Game 3 here in our quarterfinals here between Towson and Limestone in the playoffs. Both these teams came in at 4-4, Rude Dude alongside Fish, and now we'll see who is the better 4-4 team. Will be Towson, who won in the regular season, or will Limestone complete the mini reverse sweep, win games 2 and games 3. And game 3, I'm curious to see. We know Fizz is probably going to be something that's, I would assume, taking a look at here. I'm curious to see where that Lulu goes as well. Very interested to see how this draft plays out, because I will say, felt like Towson in game 2 from the draft going forward was basically fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, it was win early or go home, and unfortunately they had to go home because they didn't end up winning early. It was a pretty rough draft for them to play out once they got set behind. Whenever you pick Olaf, you really need to snowball your early game, and that unfortunately just didn't happen for them. So we'll have to see what this second draft ends up looking like, or the game 3 draft ends up looking like, because I've gone into this one blind as well. For game 3, add an element of spice to life, see something new, hopefully, and keep my eyes peeled for any sort of, as you mentioned, power picks. I think the Lulu is a really good one. You draw our attention to.
And I think, you mentioned the Sphinx play as well. I think the jungler pick for Towson is just going to be very interesting because, the Olaf, as you said, it didn't work, and there were a number of reasons why it didn't work. There was a couple of missed undertows, and then, as you said, once it gets behind, especially against the Trundle, it just all sorts to fall apart. So I'm very curious to see there's those 3 positions, the mid, the support, and at least the jungler on the side of Towson, where they go. We've also kind of seen, I'm curious to see. I think that top lane has been a very underrated battle. It has basically been Rona saying, I'm going to play a carry top lane, the Fiora, then the Camille, and it's just been the Ornn on the side of Limestone that's been bullied, but Grigonator has done a great job holding on. So I'm excited to see this draft here. I'm excited to see where these teams go. Again, winner advances to the semifinals next week. They'll play the number 1 seed Redbirds Varsity. The loser, unfortunately, will have their season end here today in probably about 35 minutes is what I'm feeling, Rude Dude, here on Summoner's Rift. I think game 2 was more of an anomaly. I think this is going to be a very close game because I think the issues Towson had should be resolved mainly if a skill shot jungler is picked. I assume those skill shots will hit more than 10% of the time. It would be kind of what it felt like in the early game.
Yeah, the important stage, certainly. When you do go for that style, there's a high skill cap for a reason. Unfortunately, if you're not able to get quite there, then you do tend to find those issues. But we've got word through the draft will be starting in just a couple moments here, so we can get to see where those bans were placed, what teams have prioritized, and it's the same again here. Blue side for Towson, red side for Limestone. Nothing changing. The team's happy with their side selection and saying that it is the way we're playing, of course, that are the issues here for the games.
Yeah, I like Towson getting the blue side. I know you and I kind of joked game 2. We were very underwhelmed by the R5 pick of Limestone. It was a Trundle and it played really well, but of course, anytime you counter though, it just feels like you're let down. You're like, okay. So again, I'm curious to see what that B1 will be, what that R5 will be. We'll try and fill you in as we go. Of course, this draft already did take place. Now they'll just draft in pro order. So some bans might be a little confusing. Why are they banning a top when they already picked the top? It's because, of course, that wasn't picked in. Bans looking all standard. I will say the Twitch one, a new one here for the side of Towson. So Dank Jaguar will be forced to change up his 80 carries here in game number 3.
And with the Katarina unbanned, I wonder if that's something that we do end up seeing come through, because I know that there's a heavy Katarina presence in one of our mid laners pools. As it's the Malphite locked in on the top side, so just team fights instantly, really. The Nunu back for... there we go. There's the Katarina. The Nunu back for Sphinx, and yeah, Rexterus, a very avid Katarina player. So with that one picked up, no doubt that we get to see a sort of a one true champion versus the Fizz that we got to see really well executed in game number 2. Certainly going to be a top side that is going to be giving us a lot of action.
I'm curious to see Grigonator on that set. You'll see why it is a set here in just a few moments. You could probably figure out why the Ornn wasn't picked through by the side of Limestone, because it was, as this last ban tells us, it was banned away. So I'm curious to see how that will play out. I think also taking Rano off of a carry, off of a split push will be very interesting, because he's won that matchup. Game 2 didn't really split push as well as you and I wanted to see. So I'm curious if we do get the Misfortune picked in and the Samira locked in as well for the side of Towson. So Very interesting journey we're going to have down on the bot side here for game 3. And there is that Lulu. I do believe that was the B1 for 6 p.m. So she gets the power support, if you will, in this matchup.
But then in response, we've opted to go for the kill lane here with the Nautilus Misfortune. If you hit that Nautilus hook, somebody's going to die, most likely. There's a reset composition that we've seen come through now here for Taos, and they've got Samira plus Katarina both get resets on their mobility spells if they do find a takedown. So these team fights, again, incredibly volatile, and that's really the name of this Towson composition, Samira plus Katarina. I've always called Samira the AD Katarina because if she gets snowballing, she can be incredibly obnoxious to deal with, but if she doesn't and she's underleveled, then she becomes very underwhelming. So this is a do or die composition essentially from Towson. They've said we will go Samira, we'll go Katarina, and if we win the game in 15 minutes, then we've won the game and we've won the series. But if we're not ahead by 15, our team fighting is going to be much, much harder. Yes, they've got a Malphite to pseudo-supplement it and give them the little gateway back into a game that they may well need. But for the most part, it's going to be very difficult indeed.
I will say, I'm a big fan personally of Towson allowing Rextris, or maybe Rextris has said, this is what I'm doing, putting him on his favorite champion for game number 3. When it's win or go home, you'd rather lose on your champion than lose playing like a Lissandra and Orianna saying, what if I had played Cat? So I do love that at least Rextris gets that chance here. I think this Trundle pickup is going to be even stronger this game. Now that you've got a Nunu and a Malphite to steal stats from, I'm really convinced that maybe Showtime is just going to put on a show here in game number 3, redeem game number 1 completely. This Trundles look like a very, very scary pick once again.
And now up against a Nunu as well. One of the easiest ways to counter a Nunu is to build terrain in front of his snowballs. And believe it or not, Trundle can do that on cooldown. And Nivea, the most classic Nunu counter, because you just press wall in front of his snowball and all of a sudden there's nothing particular he can do. Trundle works the same way. You put the pillar up in front of the snowball and all of a sudden the Nunu gank is largely immune. So we'll have to see if the Trundle can have the same level of effectiveness that it did in game number 2, and as well as much as we expect it to in this series up against a Nunu. So a lot of exciting niche ways this bot lane and jungle and top lane and mid lane and the entirety of Summoner's Rift can play out because of the volatility that we've got, because of how skill expressive these champions are. We'll have to wait and see who it is that comes away with the win. And honestly, it's going to come down to those fingers. It's going to come down to who's making the clutch plays in those micro situations. Because I think that broadly speaking, we've got 2 team fight teams. Largely put, we've got Nautilus Misfortune on one side with the set helping. And then the other side, we've got Samira, Katarina, Malphite, who are all going to be looking to absolutely wham-bam, wombo combo, whatever combo words you want to take out a team fight. There's a lot of tools for both the teams to get themselves off to the races.
Yeah, I think basically, as you said, team fights are probably, in my opinion, I think you could even simplify them more. It's going to be, where does the Unstoppable Force go for Towson, and where does the bullet time come from Dank Jaguar? Because if you have a Samira and a Katarina ulting, but they're just ulting in a bullet time, it does not matter how much damage you're doing to everyone in there. You're just going to be wiped apart. So very curious to see if Dank Jaguar can have positioning. Of course, Misfortune, a little harder position than the Twitch, who could go invisible. You kind of pick and choose where you want to come from. But I think you're right. This is going to come down to the small decisions. Maybe Azina gets another triple kill in the bot lane and can snowball that Samira, as you said. There's a lot of snowball potential, pun intended with the Nunu and no pun intended with the Katarina and the Samira on that Towson side. I'm excited to see. Again, this is the best way to go out in game 3. Don't pick like a farming split push comp. Yeah. Pick like 2 teams who just want to butt heads over Dragon, butts heads over Barons, and just see who is the better at positioning and doing damage. I'll take that any day of the week over a 500 CS micro game any day.
We'll hands check. Let's get the hands check going early doors and see who it is that comes out on top, because ultimately they're always more fun. They're just more entertaining games to watch. Now, with that, we can touch a little bit on this bot lane. I'm going to go into some sort of niche, we'll say, scenarios that may arise down in this bot lane, because we've got Samira. Whenever you have a Samira, you do have the again, volatility that a pseudo wind wall provides you, that the blade wall can give you, where you can block any form of skill shot, any manner of projectile that comes at you. Now, you can use this in multiple ways if you're Samira. I think that this is a bit of a bait with a Nautilus to try and, if you get that hook and you end up being able to absorb the hook, then normally the engage is going to be immune, and Misfortune isn't going to try and go for that bullet time. But when you go for that, and you stop that engage from coming through, you can maybe think, oh, okay, well, now's our time to fight. The Nautilus has no hook, but then all of a sudden, you're very susceptible to a lot of front-loaded Misfortune damage, because these are two ADCs that do very well early on with a lot of damage that they can pump out. We've got double up passive, so Misfortune's first auto attack just does more than every other ADC. But then you've got Samira, who can scale her autos with a Q and weave in these auto attacks here and there using the E as well. There's a lot of pressure on how well you use the blade well on the Samira rather, because if that goes wide and if you use it at the wrong time, you can just lose the trade outright.
Here we go. Game number 3, Emergent White quarterfinals. Towson and Limestone. Winner goes to the semifinals. They'll play the number 1 overall seed in Emergent Whites, as we mentioned, Redbirds varsity next week. And early on, Limestone still on the red. Oh no. Oh, I've seen too many games to know exactly what's going to happen here. Rude to Xena sitting in the bush, but luckily, a bit of hesitation from Dabimon. If they had just walked in and not warded, that's a dead Samira.
It is, and it's every time I get the chance, Fish. I talk about the tri-brush. You can never sit in the tri-brush like that. That is not the safe space to be. Fortunately, you get away with it this time. So, you know, I say credit or whatever I want to call it. It's okay to get away with this. They're going to continue with the invade here, and that may well catch somebody off guard in a few minutes' time. But where you want to sit is on the area where the river meets the land, essentially, where the river meets the jungle on outside that tri-brush. You either want to sit there and then you can normally see where if you're getting invaded on by either side, or you walk in, you ward the tri-brush, and you walk back into your jungle, because those are the only two safe ways to play level 1 without having to burn your flash in pretty much any instance.
Xena is, yeah. This game could have been over before it started, dude. If Xena goes down early on here, maybe, especially if every member gets an assist. So, you always got to stand a little. Don't just stand in the brush. Just because you think you're sneaky, they could easily walk in. But both junglers, we'll start on the top side. I do believe Rextra saw Showtime and Griganator walk up there, so they should have a bit more knowledge. Of course, they did ward and clear out that bot side for Limestone, so they should know Nunu's up there as well. And I'm curious if we'll see. Bot side's had a lot of contention, especially from Showtime early on, as the dredge line is going to land. Xena now has to flash away. Ignite did come out as well. And you mentioned the bounce from Dank Jaguar is really what started that engage, and a great dredge line to follow up. Already Xena hurting for help.
It's a really hard lane to play for this Samira Lulu, because when you're up against the Nautilus, you always... Oh, well, there we go. I mean, I guess that's why it's hard.
First blood.
Whenever you're playing up against a Nautilus as a Lulu lane, you always want to try and poke out the Nautilus without getting hooked, without getting engaged on, so that if the Nautilus does engage, he's always putting himself in jeopardy. But already we've seen that that's not been the case. Double Summoners expended by the Samira now with no cooldowns to get away if another hook should hit.
Oh, dredge line is going to land, but here comes Rextra at 6 p.m. Barely will go down. Exhaust going to come out. Rextra's going to get that reset, though, onto Dank Jaguar. Looking to pick up the dagger, get a bit of AoE damage. Flashes away to Dank Jaguar. Here comes Showtime now. Minions will finish off the Katarina. And an unfortunate start there as Rextra's only able to pick up one, blows both summoner spells for it as well. But it's the Winions who get the job done.
Yeah, disastrous run for Rextra. Yes, you pick up a kill, but you lose a massive wave. You lose a load of experience in the mid lane. And we saw last game what an XP lead can do for Vuvuzela on this. Fizz will spend or waste no time trying to get those dives off when he has the opportunity to do so. When that Chum the Waters comes through with that Ignite ready and available, you have to imagine that this Fizz is going to start trying to pop off once again. And if we can get just a quick refresh on the leaderboard, you know, we can see the discrepancy between the mid laners, between the AD carries and the supports, because already Limestone have got leads in very palpable places, in very game-altering places.
And this Limestone team has just felt better when Dabimon is on a support that has any sort of agency in the lane. Because with the Yuumi, we talked a lot about maybe shot calling as the higher skilled player. Well, we'll get that to a moment as Sphinx and Showtime going to have a battle here in the tribe. But Showtime going to have to try and run away. Pillar will go down. Now here comes the rest of the forces here. Showtime dropping low, but Xena just holding on, has chosen not to engage. Rextra is rotating down, going to land right on top of Dabimon, who is going to actually Hex Flash to safety. It's an all-out 4v4 in the bot lane, but Xena's still farming. It's only 3 members here for Towson. They have to be careful, but Limestone will not choose to engage.
We've seen that play before as well in game number 2, where Azina needed to be courted out of the Drake pit and ultimately did end up going down. And on this top side, Malphite certainly having the rough end of times up against a Set who is obviously going to start winning up against a tank. You get true damage in your kit pre-level 6, so you really do start to love life.
We didn't get to see the rune for the Malphite, but I would assume Mana Flow Band is there, and I hope with the low mana that they were able to get as many procs out of that as possible, because that's about the only way the Malphite is able to stay in that lane. You see that pseudo wind wall has to be used on the double up there. That is a huge pick, as they do see Playful Trickster has been used. Vuvuzela is a sitting duck, but the snowball goes wide. Sphinx, no!
A little fancy feet now, Azina, no blade roll, he's just going to go down.
No fancy feet there, tries to dash to safety. They already realized that they are dead. They were looking for a play on to 6 PM, but that Blade Whirl, you talked about it at length, dude. That Blade Whirl cooldown and using it effectively, yeah, you might block one ability, but that just opens you up for the next one. They blocked the double up, and they just ate the Dredge line to the face.
Yeah, it's very careful. You need to be very careful with how you're using it, and when you don't have it, you can never really be in range of Nautilus. And
this time,
the
snowball lands, but there's a Playful Trickster. They'll both flash in the mid. They'll leave Sphinx back on board, but they will lose out a first dragon on a Nunu. You don't see that happen very often, but Nunu thinks has just been trying to help out his one trick in the mid and hasn't had much success.
And Showtime only just dinged over to level 4 here. You can get level 4 off the first 6 camps, so he's still, fairly behind the pace in terms of the XP that he's getting. But he's still making things happen, right? 1-4 the scoreline right now, and Showtime has been a part of most of those kills. There's not a lot particularly that has gone too well for Sphinx so far this game. Burned the flash in mid lane, but with level 6 to level 5 right now, Rextra certainly needs to be a little bit careful. Vuvuzela does have the flash as well. And if that Chum the Waters lands, it's very easy to just wait on a Katarina dash. You need to wait for that CC to come through before you utilize that Playful Trickster, because that's when you start to get outplayed, is when Katarina jumps around all of your skill shots. It's hitting that Chum the Waters that is the key feature, and if you can get that animation cancelled by queuing through a minion, first of all, you can stop the animation of the ulti and it starts to come out quickly. That's how you're best off trying to find a way through this lane.
You finally slowed down here a bit. We see Dank Jaguar 3-0 on this Misfortune. I will say though, Rude, something that has really been a problem this whole series, we actually have to talk about that a little bit, is Unstoppable Force into the biggest snowball ever, but the Showstopper is going to dodge the first hit of the snowball, he'll flash away from the second one, gets a face breaker onto 2 of them, and immediately this dive turns south for Towson. Showtime gonna try and slow with the Seismic Shard. Can he get in range for one more? Oh no, he cannot. That felt like it should have been a kill, but the fact they didn't die is almost just as impressive.
I don't know if Showtime's lactose intolerant, but he's never hated a cheese wheel more in his life.
Oh, the Blade Whirl has to be used by Azina there, just getting rooted down. Exhaust going to be used, flash away, but the Ignite tick will pick up the kill. An 0-3 on the Severa for Azina. And here comes Vuvuzela down from above, looking for a kill, looking for an assist. Davimon, great use of the tower aggro. And Limestone has taken over game 3 in just 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't know that Davimon needed to go for such an eccentric amount of summoner spells being used, but it works out all the same. It gets, the kill onto the Lulu, you get your kill onto your Samira as well. There's a Bramble Vest having come through as well, so regardless of whether or not Azina wants to focus the Nautilus, if they are in range of the Inferno trigger, that application of Grievous Wounds is going to be applied. So it means the healing is going to be even less here, and I think that for the most part this bot lane is largely done already. Dank Jaguar with 100% kill participation in the match, with a Noon Quiver plus the pickaxe as well, going for a very auto-attack centric build. It's not the tier into lethality that we see from Misfortunes of other strengths. So autos are really going to be dishing out the damage as well as that ulti. Now, whether or not you can get too many autos off in a Malphite Nunu matchup, I'm not too sure, but we'll have to wait and see.
Actually doing quite a bit of damage there. He's going to pop the Death Load. This is stopped by Chum the Water!
Oh, the trade!
They did trade out, though. Azina will not trade anything. 0-4 on the Samira as Dank Jaguar even picks up that kill. 4-0-3 on the Misfortune, and they've done a great job neutralizing Rude Dude. What I want to talk about, which is Azina had doing such a good job of farming better than Dank Jaguar to the point where they were offsetting the scoreline. That is not the case anymore in this game, as the scores are dead even, and the kills could not be further apart, 4-0.
And 0-4 as well. It goes back to what I was saying in game 1 about being dead and you just can't farm, you can't get XP, you can't do anything, and it feels so rough.
Sphinx is just going to eat the bullet time to the face. Dank Jaguar picking up one more, probably a little mad at his mid laner for picking up a kill, ruining the 100% kill participation on the 80 carry. But that's a good problem to have if you're Limestone, because this game, I thought we were looking at a long game 3 root, dude. I'm looking like I might be proved wrong here. Is Dank Jaguar, no Twitch, no problem.
But to give credit to what we asked for as well, we asked for these guys to go bare knuckle boxing, and the fact that it's been a knockout so far is pretty much the only difference.
Hey, should be a kill. Haymaker shield will fall. Rextras picks up one, and all right, now Katarina here to play a little bit.
Okay, it could be the start. It's a very long road, and it's a very hard comeback to fully succumb to. But if there's any champion that can make something happen, it's a Katarina.
Nice
Divine Sundra build path as well. Or Trinity Force. I don't even know.
I mean, I will say, to your point about a champion that can make a comeback, it's a Katarina, and it's a player who loves Katarina playing Katarina. That, I think, is where Towson has to put all of their eggs at this point.
All your eggs in the Katarina basket and hope for the best, because you have got Malphite Katarina. At a certain point, the combo will just play itself. There's not a whole lot that can be done to stop that from happening. You've got Playful Trickster, and outside of that, that's about your only real disengage tool, really. Sphinx, they're going to try and take this Drake right now. It could be done quite easily with no Malphite roaming down. No Trickster.
Are going to pop that Cryptero top lane. Showtime is going to walk in. Here's Dobimon and Dank Jaguar. They're going to pick up one on Rextras. Sphinx will go down here as well. Now 6 p.m. and Azina. They might have bit off more than they could chew. 6 p.m. going to flash away, and I think has left her 80 carry out to die. The Blade Whirl will not matter. And can this little Lulu get away? At least the Dragon is more appetizing, and this might be a 2-charge Rip Herald, as well as Briganator has protected it so phenomenally. This has just been all Limestone here in Game 3.
A bit of a slaughter for game number 2. Thought this one might be a little closer. The Rip Herald's not going to charge, and Rano probably going to be able to defend this turret, but having already lost his first top tier 1, we're starting to see the power of a side lane, and I think that despite Briganator's level deficit, Set is still going to do Set things up against a Malphite, and when you're able to utilize the split push well, this is what you can yield. You can yield turrets, you've got a Rift Herald, that little early advantage to break open the top side for him. I think that's something that maybe we could have seen Towson learn from.
And me, Towson, I mean, despite all the across the map, which again, in themselves lend to a losing, they took off the biggest thing I thought they had going for them in Game 2, which was he was winning the carry into Ornn matchup. They banned the Ornn away, they forced Briganator onto the Set, which he has played phenomenally, but you can see there's still a CS difference between him and that Malphite, despite the turret going down. I think Rano on this Malphite might have been more of a Katarina will help out with the Malphite auto win than using them to their advantage. The Death Lotus does come out. Gonna be stopped by the pillar there. Rextras will pick up one in the shutdown, but cannot get away from this Trundle. And this is a losing duel for Sphinx as well. Forced to flash away. Rando coming in with the Unstoppable Force with the flash. There it is! Picking up a kill. And the shutdown as well.
You get one of those every 5 minutes, and they do use it on Showtime, but now... Oh no.
Oh, 6 p.m. is dead here. Wild Growth is going to be used. The bullet time popped, and actually Dobimon goes down.
Oh no. And
I thought that for sure was an easy kill.
And look at where Malphite's pathing to. There's a chance that Dank Jaguar gets killed on this bot side. There's 3 people here already. Malphite's roaming as well. 600 gold on the Misfortune.
A huge pick, but what? Over-rewarded Trident Rush instead. Meanwhile, Briganator is going to trade that for a tier 2 in the top lane here, potentially. Showstopper is going to be used here. And it will go down, flash away from the Set. They'll trade tower for nothing, actually. Towson had to back off through the minion wave. Now Sphinx has been caught out by Showtime, getting run down. We'll pop the biggest snowball ever to walk away. And Briganator doing the split push job that we've been begging of Rano for so long. 2 turrets in 14 minutes. And it looks like we should disengage here on the bottom side. At 6 p.m. barely outranges the anchor.
Oh, yeah, just getting away with that one. Like to see the small hitboxes can still evade Nautilus, but Showtime clearing out this vision. We've got a Drake spawning in about 2 minutes time, so getting as much vision on this bot side as possible, always going to be useful, especially when there's no Herald particularly relevant at the minute, where it may be spawning fairly soon, but there's no plates to be secured, so second Herald certainly a lot lower down on team's priority list.
Oh, man. There's the chum of the water into the dredge line. Lulu is just simply dead. To make it rain over the wall, is either going to have to pop the Blade Whirl there. Rano is going to go in. Here comes Rector looking for the Death Load. It's going to pop it solo onto Dank Jaguar. Pick up one. Azina now potentially has the ability to get back the Inferno Trigger and AoE down the team. Vuvuzela goes
two.
down. Here come the resets. There's the Inferno Trigger onto Griganator. And all of a sudden, this comp makes a lot more sense, Rude Dude.
2 for 3 then here, so it is in favour of Tucson as they manage to just barely come away with this one. It's a very close, very sloppy fight on all accounts, but when you are 5k gold ahead, taking these fights and losing them, that's not what you want to see. This Katarina getting kills, the Samira slowly working her way back into the game. Likely to die now to the Trundle, the item discrepancy probably too much.
Try and pop that Blade Whirl, get the Inferno Trigger, and now Showtime all of a sudden has to run away. Xena will flash forward. I think they are eventually going to go down, and they will fall to Dank Jaguar, but I think you trade that for a 600 gold shutdown on your 80 carry.
Every day, and you know, if you've got the turret as well, there would have been, you know, extra bang for the buck. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through, but that's a little bit of extra gold that's standing and waiting to be collected on the next push, on the next wave. Now Rexterus roaming through the bot lane, has got jungle support with him, and could very well be looking for another scrap. Divine Sundra has been completed, 6 stacks on a Dark Seal. Is that a Blade of the Ruin King we're working towards second? I think that's where we're going.
It definitely feels like that's where we're going, Rude Dude. I have to agree with you. We'll see what Rexterus has.
Absolute colorcaster task, this, isn't it? Guessing Katarina build.
Oh, no, the dredge line does land, but the chum of the water misses. Depth charge going to be used. Sphinx was trying to get off an absolute zero, but dies before the cooldown. 6 p.m. forced to wild growth herself, and they are able to run away, but that does mean Dragon handed over to Limestone, so that will be Cloud Soul Point going to them. And there's really no objectives on the side for Towson to pick up. Maybe you have a Miracle Unstoppable Force over the wall. Instead, Rando won't even try it.
No, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Trying to go for that steal with no jungler, not really on the cards. You've now got Rift Herald to move up to, again, securing yourself another objective, making sure you're picking up kills, objectives accordingly. Because kills are all very well and good, but it's about what you can do with them. If you don't take down the turrets, then there's nothing particularly to be done with them. Rift Herald is going to go down. It's a 5-man force for Limestone, but on the south side of Summoner's Rift, you do see that the Rift Herald at the level 1 turret from Limestone is going to go down. So there's a little bit of extra gold put into the back pockets here of Azina. And whilst you're trading Rift Herald, yeah, you get themselves that turret down on the bot side. We need to see what it can do with the Rift Herald and whether or not it's going to be worthwhile.
Tier 1 mid, always a viable option, though they did give it to Griganator, which potentially lends itself to a bot lane Rift Herald, as that's where he will come off the base now that that lane has sort of been cleared out and is all solo, as there's a couple waves crashing into that tier 2 bot side, trying to even it up, because remember, there is no tier 2 top available for Towson either. Griganator has really done a great job, maybe his best game of the series in not only answering Rando, but just simply split pushing him. But again, as you talked about, Rudu, this comp for Towson lines up around 2 abilities. It's the Unstoppable Force into the Death Lotus. Maybe you add the Inferno Trigger on there as well, if Zena's been stacking it. Everything else is irrelevant if that combo is able to land every few minutes.
Yeah, you're quite right. You know, there's... Oh, okay, there's only so much that you can get away with at that point.
Oh, the flash into the root. Chum of Waters is going to come through. They're looking for the combo. There's the Unstoppable Force onto the back line. Where is the Death Lotus? It will be popped under the tower as 2 members go down. There's the Inferno Trigger. They will pop Rift Herald as it will be a 3-for-1 in the mid lane here. And hey, that combo looked pretty familiar, Rude Dude. It's like what we've been talking about all game.
Yeah, but it's almost as though when the team fights, they're going to do well. And despite the gold deficit, Rexterus and Azina, they're able to come alive. And with the help of Immortal Shield Bow plus Lulu ulti, it looks like Limestone just forget about Azina. They just think, oh, well, surely they're going to die here. They've been knocked up in the face of everyone, and everybody just stops DPSing, and all of a sudden, Azina is able to deal damage, and Rextress is able to come away with the load of kills as well. Gold now between the mid laners is something of a picture. If you are here for Taos, and 2k disparity between the two of them. And this game now largely even, honestly. The gold difference is in the jungle role, where Showtime is, you know, currently 2k ahead of the Nunu, but they're the same level, same relative effectiveness, honestly. As long as Nunu's the front line, I don't think they care. 1k gold into the supports as well. Like, the gold is in the right places if you're Towson.
And I think really this game kind of comes down to what we've been talking about for Limestone. The idea we've been harping on Towson is how well can you play in the 5v4 while Grigonator is split pushing? Because while that mid turret fell, while they went 3 for 1, he used Rift Herald, did the set to get 2 turrets on the bot side. So now you have tier 2 top gun, you have tier 2 bot gun. How well can Grigonator split push is going to become a very big question, because your Malphite has to be in team fights. Your Malphite cannot just simply go answer, then teleport in. He is a crucial part of this combo, Rude Dude. Grigonator could start to break this game open if he picks and chooses where to split push effectively and maybe get some chip damage on the inhibitor turret. That could be a very big problem for Towson.
So if those split pushes start to come through, and if Grigonator can fully utilize this set, there's a very real possibility that Limestone won't ever have to team fight again. But the likelihood is that you can use this set actually in a team fight as a counter re-engage tool, if that makes any sense, where you see the Nunu jump in, you see the Malphite jump in, and then you just settle them back into your own backline, into the enemy backline, and that's a lot of damage as well. Now 4 people stacking, they're both dodging one another. This Drake spawning in 50 seconds. And there's a lot of tension building.
There it is. They didn't even use the unstoppable force. They waited too long. Davimon will go down. Teleport from the top laners is going to come in. There's the unstoppable force. And they walked into the death brush. They didn't even need the Malphite that time, Rutu. They just simply had every other piece of the combo, and Unstoppable Force picked up a free kill on the way out.
They have still got Showstopper, Subjugate, and Bullet Time. These are 3 ultimate cooldowns that can swing the tides of a team fight. Showtime as well has picked up a pocket of vision.
For a moment, we'll get found out. He'll blast going over. Unfortunately, he's going to blast go to his death. The flash! Death Lotus from Rexter very aggressive on the Katarina, but a dead jungler means no Cloud Soul for Limestone as Towson pick up their first.
And maybe they go and try and find some other objectives as well. They've got 22 seconds if they want to go for a battle around the Baron. It looks like there could be a flip from Limestone as well. They maybe wanted to try it themselves, or they're just setting up to defend it. I'll have to see what develops here, because both of the teams put some pings on it, and I don't think that either one of them really wants that.
Oh, they might try and catch him with their shot pages open. Davimon coming in to make it rain, though. We'll cancel all of that, and looks like Towson just simply wants to opt for the reset. A good job backing all at the same time, so a single person does not get caught out, though Azina is a few seconds behind. If Davimon can get there in time.
The thing is as well, there was actually a window with those 5 interrupts coming through where they could have ran to the Baron and taken it for themselves, because they'd interrupted all the recalls, and at that point, it's Towson who have lost all their tempo. They have to then expend a move trying to either get those resets or defending against the Baron. You can see that they're now the ones that have to face check this jungle and try and re-establish their vision, try and re-establish their foothold on the map. Because they got interrupted and because Limestone were able to move around and get those wards down initially. Now they've gone for their own style of Death Brush here to see if they can pick somebody up catching vision.
This blast cone away. Flash over the wall by Davimon. Looking for the kill. Here comes the rest of the team. Depth chart going to be used. The Unstoppable Force tries to escape, and Rano will just simply go down. A crucial part of the combo falls over. Azina standing on a ward, unfortunately. Great vision, Rude Dude. As you pointed out, it all had to be canceled. Unfortunately, the Dredge line will miss. The Inferno Trigger, one more hit away. The Bullet Time going to rip apart the team as it's a double kill for Dank Jaguar. Showtime goes down. It's a 2-on-2, making a 2-on-1. Give the quad. The Dank Jaguar, and the Bullet Time was perfect.
And an unofficial penta for Dank Jaguar. Gets the Bullet Time over all 4 members and rips their health bar to shreds. a really huge team fight and one that this Misfortune has been sorely looking for. Getting blasted by Samira, Katarina every single team fight, finally gets some space, finally gets a little bit of agency to use that ulti, and finally we get to see what Misfortune can do. This game, Fish, you said it was going to be a very scrappy one, and we thought that come the early stages it was a knockout, but in the 10th round here, it's Towson that have started swinging back.
Fantastic job by Towson, as you mentioned, coming back, especially in Game 3 with the way Game 2 went. I will say the problem is for Towson is Xena has been very trigger happy with that blade roll. I think they engaged with the blade roll trying to use it to be immune while they were setting up the Inferno trigger, because that is the greatest counter to that bullet time. That bullet time doesn't happen if you just hold blade roll. It cancels all of that damage that was incoming, but Xena's got to be a lot more careful, especially with the dredge line on cooldown. There's not a lot of CC you're looking to dodge. Maybe you chum the waters, but you can't just slap Blade Whirl and hope, I'll just build Inferno Trigger and I'll kill everyone. You've got to use it tactically, and I don't think Xena has done a fantastic job of that so far. So something to keep our eyes on in these next Baron and Dragon fights.
And it looks like it is Limestone who are leading the charge when it comes to that Baron trigger and Baron setup, I suppose, because they're the ones making their moves and setting up vision. They have control.
Baron,
apologies. I'm back. Sorry, I was, you know, I had a little cough. Didn't unmute on Discord, but the stream were hearing me just fine. So that's all good. Either way, I think that right now, when you can see control being set up by Limestone, it is actually mid control, which teams are actually prioritizing very well. That comes down to a lot of who gets first move. Like right now, sitting around mid lane, you're not going to do a right lot. Go secure some vision around the Baron, go secure vision around the Dragon, whatever objective you want to set up for, that's your timing where you go and make the move on the map. Because what they're accomplishing right now is effectively zero, right? There are two side lanes that are not getting farmed. There's nobody there collecting minions. That's experience, that's gold that is being wasted. When you have teleport available for Rano, there's no reason that he can't go there. You just have to play with a little bit of restraint in the mid lane to not get picked off, and you can start to generate more gold through that means. Like, once again here, another wave pushed in the mid lane, and what do they look to do with it?
And the scary part for Limestone for me is look at this. They're clumped up. If there's ever vision, Rando's landing a 2 or 3 man unstoppable force. They're not spreading out. We are going to see the minions just out there in the side lanes, actually getting that tier 2 mid. And as you said, there's just so much wasted potential across the map. Dabimon setting up for a dredge line. Do they have anything? If only they knew. Dredge line's going to go on to Sphinx. Rando looking for a chance in for the unstoppable force. There's multiple members stacked. There is the chum the water plus the showtime. They are going to get a root on the Rando as well. The unstoppable force doesn't even get cast. The Death Lotus is used. But when there's no CC, it does not matter. Rando just waited way too long to look for the trigger, and that is Cloud Soul over to Limestone here in game number 3.
Yeah, Bobbyman there actually buying so much time, finds the hook onto the Nunu, and you think, oh, that's not the engage you want, but then Depth Charge comes through, it knocks up Samira, it knocks up Katarina, and neither of your two large DPS sources are able to really engage in that team fight. We've got Siege Briganator as well, pretty much picture perfect set ulti of what I was talking about, using the front line to get into the enemy's backline, and when they were knocked up by that Depth Charge, it was just an absolute disaster. They get the Cloud Souls, they're going to get the Byron as well. Now this game just got 10 times harder for Towson. They've got a really difficult task ahead of them. They've clawed their way back from worse already this game. Can they do it once more?
Things barely appears in the picture in time. And I also will say, Dabimon, you gave them enough credit. But I think the other thing they were able to, in that fight, they auto-attacked Rano once, which rooted the Malphite, making the unstoppable force unusable during that root. And there's just nothing Rando could do. He just simply died with that crucial. I mean, every fight for Towson, even before they lost that, they have to start with the unstoppable force. If it doesn't get cast in a fight, that fight you might as well just walk away from and try and prevent your losses, because you're not winning with just a Death Lotus alone.
Well, with this Baron, I mean, Dabimon stepping up right there, probably can go for a hook. Briganator has got this teleport, and I'd love to see them try and utilize it. You've built specifically for a split push style build. You've got Divine Sunderer plus Black Cleaver. You shred this Malphite in a side lane, who as a second item has gone for the Thimble Winter. That's not an item that is going to protect you.
Oh, Depth Charge going to go on to Rextrus, try and speed away. Dredgeline is going to land as well. Bullet Time will just eliminate Sphinx and 6 p.m. Xena going to try and blade while it's over. Does get away. Dredgeline misses, but now You're without two of your more supporting members. There's no wild growth. There's no absolute zero. How long can Reno and the two carries hold on to this mid inhibitor turret?
They've still got the core. They've still got Malphite, Samira, Katarina. If they stack up, if Limestone step a little too far forward and clump a little too much, there's a world where this team fight goes poorly. But it looks like they're spacing out, going to move around and secure themselves the inhibitor. Those numbers deficits just a little too much for Tosin to think they can take the fight.
Ones come through, but not in time for Rano and company to pull the trigger. And finally, our game of ARAM will end, Rude Dude, as it felt like both teams had 10 members in mid for a while, so this Baron, I think, lost a lot of its potential in the side lanes, especially with tier 2 towers already down. A 1-3-1 could have easily broke this game wide open as Sphinx barely dodges out of the way. Dabimon has been phenomenal on this Nautilus. And Baron down in 50 seconds. We'll see if that's what Rando and company are waiting for. If they take an opportunity, if they see one here. Because they are sort of clumped up right now. If they could get in range, this would be a huge unstoppable force.
No flash on the Misfortune. That is a crucial summoning spell for her to dodge away from the Malphite ultimate. If she can get away from it, there's a very real possibility she can just dish out all sorts of damage. You have to make sure that, of course, you are flashing it first and foremost. The battle lines have been set up. You can see the 3 tanks are in the front line. You've got Fizz and Misfortune just playing a little bit more safe, a little bit more secure behind their backline. Azina chipping away using these little these little shots, little chip damage to try and whittle down the front line. So far, not a right lot of damage. You've opted in to collect a second, means this front line isn't going to be feeling too much pressure.
Here comes Rano. There is a ward there. Great job of the Fog of War here by our spectators to kind of show us what each team is able to see. And Rano ended up having to pull back. The Baron will fade, and a lot of chest puffing, I would say, for the last minute and a half or so, Rude.
And they've secured what you want to with a Baron. You've broken open the base. You have an inhibitor that is forcing pressure for the next 5 minutes. Now, of course, that's probably only 2-3 minutes at this point. And with an Elder Drake spawning, the likelihood is that those timers are just barely going to overlap. So if you are posturing around the dragon and we get even more chest puffing, that mid lane is going to start to become a bit of an issue. It becomes that sort of ticking time bomb of, okay, we have to answer these minions, and the later we leave it, the worse it's going to get. Quick toggle of the gold here. You can see that the discrepancies are the Misfortune versus Samira one is the one that stands out to you because there's a 4,000 gold difference between them. But then in the mid lane, there's still that 2k difference, and the Katarina still that X factor in a team fight. You can never count out how much damage you can do on a Katarina, particularly when you're getting resets.
Look at Rextris. He's all by himself right now. He's not with the rest of the team. A 2-man unstoppable force lands, but the Katarina's not there. Chrono Trigger going to be used, but Azina is just dead. Katarina has to flash forward. Finally picks up a kill, but it's too little too late. The Death Lotus will be used, but there's just simply not enough damage left. Katarina will be able to help out a bit here as Rano picks up a kill, but the ace will come through for Limestone, and that should be game number 3, and they will move on to the next round. They will avenge their regular season loss to Towson.
Oh, and in the end, Fish, it's just an outright brawl. 5v5 in the jungle, honourable as they are to take the series. It's going to be Limestone that come away with the series, come away with the game, and come away with the team fight, and secure themselves a spot in the semi-finals.
Fantastic job by Limestone. The mini reverse sweep here in our best of 3 quarterfinals of Emergent Wipe. They take down Towson, and really it just felt like this team will be scary as we get to take a look at the stats here. Whenever Dabimon is on a playmaking or really just a non-passive support. The Lulu in game 2 was phenomenal. Defensively, the Nautilus hooks were out of this world, Rude Dude, in game 3. If they keep him off the Yumi, which I can see why they did it, but it didn't provide any benefit for the team, I don't think this is a guaranteed win for Redbirds varsity in the next round, despite maybe being the overwhelming favorite, because this team looks scary good when Dabimon can have an impact on the game, does the side of Limestone.
Yeah, you're quite right. I think we really did get to see it time and time again right there, where it was, okay, Yumi, you can't particularly make too many proactive plays, and even if it's just on the Lulu, you do have a lot more agency. You sort of know how to play a little bit more poke-oriented, and you can whittle down those laning phases as well. But then that Nautilus, as you say, it was there was one instance in the mid lane where Rextris sort of dashed onto a fairly far back creep, but it was in range of Nautilus ult, and he just pulls the trigger immediately. They go for the fight. They try and take that skirmish, and it ends up being one that they win. They lose, or it's Limestone that secure the jungle and support. They don't actually kill Rextras for it, but it's enough bait. It's enough to force a fight. 6 PM goes down. They lose out on their jungler as well, and that's what leads to the mid lane inhibitor falling, which leads to the massive insuation of the bot lane fights, chest puffing that we talked about. And all from there, just the willingness to see an opening and take the fight is what really led Dobbymon to be one of the crucial players in that fight, that team, that game.
And again, I mean, Dobbymon, I think, steals the show, but I think, again, you got to give a shout out to Vuvuzela. When they found that Fizz, that thing was absolutely dominating. Dank Jaguar had a perfect game, I think, in game number 3 in terms of execution as well. So a huge congratulations to Limestone Esports. They're going to move on to the next round. They'll take on Redbirds Varsity in the semifinals of Emergent White. But we are not done here yet on the NECC. Rude Dude, I know you aren't done. Big shout out to you for joining me. I will still be here, though. I'll be alongside DJ, though. We are going to the Challenger side of things. The Challenger Yellow Division, Mount Union and Clark Red have their own quarterfinal, and it's coming up next on the NECC.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back into the NECC here. It's been a crazy day in the playoffs already. We've got one more quarterfinal here for us Fish. Joined by Rome DMV to call all of the action. Challengers Yellow, Mountain Union taking on Clark Red of Clark University here. Mountain Union coming in as the 3 seed, 6-2. Rome, they're just looking to feel good about themselves. Meanwhile, Clark Red, 3-5, lost 4 of their last 5 games, including a 2-0 to Mount Union back in Week 8. They're trying to get back on the right path here as the playoffs kick off.
Yeah, and that's the thing, with this Clark squad, if you have lost 4 of the last 5, there's no better time to turn things around than right now in the quarterfinals. So I'm looking to see if this squad's going to be able to turn it around right here, right now, and it matters the most. I mean, Mount Union, though, they're looking extremely solid, so they're definitely not going to be trying to drop the ball here. I think we're in for a very, very interesting series.
Now, Union will have side selection for game number 1 coming in as the higher seed. So we'll see if they want blue or red as we hop right into the draft here. And it looks like it will be Mount Union taking that red side here, I do believe. Curious to see what they'll want to do with that counter pick element that they do get Rome being on the red side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. So far in the band section, we've got Tristana, Victor, Zach, Diana, Zaya, and let's figure out what this last one is going to be. It's going to be Vigar coming out. So, hey, listen, I like it right now. What do you like about these bands so far?
I like that it feels like they're just taking away comfort champions, right? Like the Vigar, they're taking away. I've seen a lot of teams actually take away the Diana here as well. I like this. The fact they left Jinx up, kind of interesting when you got 280 carry bands. The Soraka B1, by the way, Rome, out of left field there for the side of Clark Red. That is not a B1 pick in the slightest. And they answer with the Senna. Curious to see. There's so many possibilities with Senna. It's impossible to know from pick 1. Is it support? Is it 80 carry? That answers all the questions. It's support.
Yeah, and gonna be right next to that Jinx, and that's gonna be a lot to deal with. We got to see exactly what they're gonna pair with this Soraka. Their options. There's a lot of options because now with the Soraka, you're gonna be able to pick these engaged champions who are gonna be able to be in these fights a little bit longer, such as the Jarvan might be able to dive in. That's a good pick for the Soraka. There's gonna be a lot of good potential coming out of this once these team fights start already. So I like so far what this squad is doing. Just got to see if they're going to be able to keep the composition going. I do like the Ashe pick. That's a solid pick for this composition right now.
Yeah, I'm curious what the damage will be in the last 2 picks. The Fiddlesticks. Okay. That's a great pick. I'm curious to see for the side of Clark Red, who is on the blue side right below me, Rome, what they do mid and top. Because Soraka, Ashe, very supportive lane. Jarvan, fantastic tankiness with the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
Where is your damage going to come from is my question now for Zoom and Poof in the top lane come those 2 last picks.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to see. Maybe it's going to be a Renekton, Fiora. Who knows what exactly is going to be picked. But, I think they're going to need a little bit. They're going to need a lot of AP in the mid lane. Their mid laner is going to need to really be doing a ton of damage. So, oof, man, there is a lot of options right now in this current meta. You can go, you can go so many things. Even right now, shoot, there's so many options. You can go. What's the 180? I cannot think of their name to say it. Kai'Sa. You can go Kai'Sa mid right now.
Yeah.
AP Kai'Sa mid is absolutely insane right now. And against this squad so far, I wouldn't be mad at an AP Kai'Sa mid. So far, that seems like a decent champ to pick here, but at that point, your top laner would have to be like the beefiest frontliner in the world. So, right now, though, neither one of these teams have really a front line, if you will. So, no. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way.
I think luckily Mount Union, they can pick like an Ornn, something taking the top lane. They have enough damage. We actually get an Ari Syndra mid lane. That's going to be, but this has to be like Master Yi almost level for Clark Red. There's just 4 champions that are very supportive in their roles. Ashe loves to be supportive with the Crystalline Arrow. Ari, more of a CC bot with the charm than a damage dealer.
Yeah.
Where is the damage from Clark going to come from? This needs to be a damage threat. Fiora, as you name, maybe Renekton, as you name. There it is. Hey, look at that.
Wow, I called it. Hey, I'll take it.
That's still not a lot of damage, though. I'm very concerned this is like death by 1,000 cuts for Clark Red.
Yeah, it's literally going to be about these dive champions and the Renekton and the Jarvan to be able to go in, get sustained out by the Soraka in these team fights. But, right now, the way that this squad in Mount Union is shaped, oh, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I like Mount Union's pick. I like their draft a lot better as it rounded out. The Tom Kench is going to be perfect in the top lane for these late team fights, being able to keep that Jinx alive. The Syndra is going to be able to lock down at least one of these players. The Fiddlesticks is going to be able to dive the Soraka in the back line. I like what Mount Union are cooking with. I like it. We just got to see if it's going to be able to keep going here.
Yeah, I think Mount Union has a perfect recipe to put together. The Tom Kinch, as you said, was a perfect pick. I think the only question is the Fiddlesticks. It's just not a champion we see very often. There is a lot of CC on the side of Clark Red that can stop the Fiddlesticks potentially. Maybe he gets caught in the Cataclysm. Maybe he gets hit by a Charm. Very interesting to see how that Fiddlesticks will play out. But the rest of the team, I am in love with. The Syndra, I think, is a perfect complement to what the Jinx and the Senna want to do. The Jinx is going to CS enough to where your Senna is going to be a monster late game. I'm with you. I think Mount Union's sitting pretty. Clark, I guess if you win your lanes, you out-CS the team that's seated higher than you, you should win, but I don't know if I'm fully on board with them here as we get ready to hop into game number 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, honestly, right now, I'm riding with Mount Union to win this one. I just think that they're going to have, better. Honestly, I feel like they're going to be having better lane prio. Honestly, I feel like this Fiddle is just going to be able to walk around. He's going to be able to pick his poison in what lane he wants to help, because I don't really know if any of these lanes are really going to need too much of his help right now. That's really what I'm looking at. So anytime that you aren't going to really need your jungler to be, ganking and helping out all that much, that just gives them even more time to invade, get those deep wards, get those early dragons, get these clears, all whatever it may be. So yeah, I'm loving Mount Union's draft right now. I'm hoping that Clark can prove me wrong, but we just got to wait and find out.
Very interesting that Clark maybe didn't go for a mid laner a little bit earlier. I know usually you go bot plus jungle, and I totally get it because you don't want to get counterpicked, but looking at their mid laner, Zoom, he plays a lot of Fizz. It's a lot of Fizz in that match history, and you can see Fizz immediately was that first ban in Phase 2, forced him onto the Ahri, so maybe we would have liked him say, hey, I'll sacrifice the counterpick, but I'll get a champion I'm more comfortable on. As we see the runes here, again, this is the quarterfinals here of Challenger Yellow between Mount Union on the red side for game number 1. They had side choice taking on Clark University, Clark Red on the blue side. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm Mount Union all the way. Only advantage I have for Clark is just Jarvan's a more meta jungler. I've seen more Jarvan than Fiddlesticks. I know what Jarvan does. Fiddlesticks is more of an anomaly. Can he get a gank off? If he gets those spheres off, it's game over, but he's a lot harder to set up, which is why you don't see him played as often.
Yeah, precisely. I really think that the MVP of this game right now, if I'm calling it early, I know that it's ridiculously strange to call an MVP of the match before it even starts. Honestly, I think it's going to be this Tom Kinch. I think this Tom Kinch is going to come in so clutch in these late game scenarios, being able to keep that Jinx alive in situations where she's probably going to, I don't know, maybe get herself caught in the middle of these fights, and that Tom Kinch is just going to be able to absolutely bail her out. So, I mean, right now, I think that Tom Kinch is set up perfectly to have a very good game. Gets extremely tanky up there, and make things happen. I mean, he's going up against a Renekton up there, so I'm assuming he's going to go full tank, just straight, not messing around with any funny business. But I mean, as you stated, there's a lot of supportive factors coming out of this Clark squad.
He pointed out there, right? Like Tom Catch, look, what happens if your Jinx get hit by an arrow? Devour the Jinx. Jinx is safe. What happens if you get hit by a charm? Devour the Jinx. Jinx is safe. What happens if Jinx is the Cataclysm? Same story. As you said, I think MVP could potentially be the Tom Kench. I think if Mount Union loses, I think there's going to be a lot of fingers pointing at that Tom Kench.
Exactly,
how could you not save your Jinx? So I think there's a lot of pressure there. I'm curious to see as well how Sanctus Heals will do on the Senna. Will it be more of a damage Senna, being able to take as many souls as possible in that support role? Because if you now have a Jinx who's doing damage, plus your Senna gets a little bit ahead, gets maybe 7,500 souls in that late game, you have basically 2 AD carries. One of them gets caught, the other one's just going to finish up the job.
Yeah, precisely. And man, I mean, listen, if I had to say, if anyone is going to be the hard carry on this side of Clark, I will say it's going to have to be, in my opinion, the Renekton. I think the Renekton is going to have to go insane against this Tom Kinch, get out to an extremely early lead. I mean, I'm looking at, the fact that there's no teleports on the side of Clark. He does have that ignite, so that is going to be big in these 1v1 factors early on. But I mean, at the end of the day, that Tom Kinch is probably one of the top 5 hardest champions to 1v1 in a solo lane, just because they have two of the best escapes pretty much ever. They can either get rid of you on the map or just be out themselves. So, I mean, either way, I mean, right now, I don't know, man. It's going to be rough for this Clark squad to be able to get ahead. But I mean, listen, I'm hopeful.
Yeah, the ignite thing too, because if they fall behind every objective, if Foof doesn't rotate down, he has to be there. This looks like it's Mount Union's to lose, but that's why we play the game room. We hop into it. Clark red on the blue side, Mount Union on the red side here. Game number 1 of our quarterfinals in the Challenger Yellow division. Let's find out who gets one step closer to moving on in the playoffs, who gets one step closer to potentially going home for the summer.
Oh, yeah, big time. And, I mean, poof, no funny business whatsoever going to be coming out. 2 straight lines of 5. And, I mean, you can feel it, man. This is the playoffs. This is where it all matters. And now I do have a question for you, Fish. Now, do you know, like, the average ranks of these teams by any chance?
We are sitting, looks like, for the side of for the side of Clark, excuse me, looks like we're sitting mid-plat to a couple of Pizza the Cat actually sitting up at high diamond, and then on the side of Mount Union looks like we've got a couple of low diamonds and a couple of low plats. So I'd say mid-plat, probably about the skill range, with Pizza the Cat being our solo Q star of the evening.
Okay, fair enough. And I will allow two. I'll allow two misplays from each team. That's fair. That's fair. Golden might go down to 3 or 4.
I do like my jungler being sort of my, mechanics player. Oh, this should be huge. They're going to hop right on to I'm glitching here. A little bit of damage, but if you're going to set that up for them, you got to go for the root level 1 on Senna. As you see Pizza the Cat coming in for an early gank as well, because they just traded damage for damage, and I think a soul was about all they gained because Sanctus took more damage than glitching did.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, if you're going to trade early, like, you got to remember the Soraka not going to be starting that W, going to be starting that Q. So, I mean, she's going to be healing right on up. And as you can see, even though they got caught off guard, they're going to be having way more health right now. The sin is pretty low, but they are going to be able to get that level 2 early on, but it's not really going to mean much. As, I mean, once the Soraka gets level 2 after this wave, I mean, it should be pretty easy for them to sustain down here in this lane for, honestly, both of these squads.
Yeah, both Senna and Soraka having a bit of healing. Ooh, the invade here.
Interesting.
By Speedy Killer.
But
never really see a Fiddlesticks invade a Jarvan.
Yeah, there's a gank coming out up top. You can see right now, the Jarvan's making his way up here. Ooh, man, this could be spicy. It's a level 2. Can they get the stun? Yes, they can. Down to 50, but that's all they're going to be able to get to. Smart play, not diving that, because guess what? You dive the Tom Kinch, you die. Very simple.
They did see Speedy Killer. He kind of just walked into that mid lane. I thought maybe Pizza the Cat would go for the invade, but instead he'll just take the safe River Scuttle here. Has the easy smite as well. Potentially could look to double up on the Scuttles, but he actually wants to go right back up. You see the pings coming out. They want to try and dive this Tom Kench. Absence of Mind has very little HP roam. If they play this right, this should be a free kill.
Oh, yes, it could be for sure. It is going to be the Renekton taking the tower aggro, is going to be able to dash on out of there, and that's going to be a beautiful first blood going into the favor of Clark. Speedy's going to be making his way on up, getting all of this good experience. I mean, the Tom Kench is going to be able to TP back, but I mean, let's be honest, Renekton didn't even use the Ignite there.
I wonder where Tom Kench was trying to Abyssal dive to. It was a great stun that stopped that, but I don't know if he was trying to Abyssal dive out of tower range or just try and have a couple more moments of being untargetable, but did not pay off in the end. And I think, again, Pizza the Cat, our solo Q star, making early plays for him, the underdog here. You love to see it. And I get that what Fiddlesticks is doing, right? He wants to farm till 6. Fiddlesticks pre-6 ganks are very, very limited. So I do like Speedy Killer saying, look, you get the first gank, I'm going to be the first one to level 6.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, listen, that's very fair. If you look at the farm difference, I mean, 32 to 17 right now. When that Fiddlesticks does get to 6, I literally said this early on in the pregame. I mean, I said if Fiddlesticks is in a situation where her laners aren't going to need help, which, I mean, right now, I mean, Tom Kinch did get dove early, but it doesn't mean that he's going to really need help in the lane. Like, right, should be able to sustain from here on out in the lane at this point. But, oh, actually, you know what? Tom Kinch might be going with a little bit of trickery because, I mean, look at the start. Didn't go Doran's Ring.
Well, here we go. We get a big play here. Convicted has to pop the heal. Unglitching has the ignite. Here comes both junglers. Sanctus heal very low as well. Is out of mana. Has to flash the flag and drag. Fear does land onto the Jarvan. The flash from Fiddlesticks. And Mount Union taking a bit of a beating here early on.
Yeah. I mean, Mount Union are definitely not looking that great. Clark is looking very, very strong early on. They're looking coordinated in what they want to do. But the thing is that, I mean, listen, it's still only a 1-0 advantage. They've looked good, but they still haven't been able to severely capitalize on these situations. And now, oh man, is he going to be able to hit this? No! Oh man, that is Jungling 101. You got to be able to clear that one out if there's not going to be a ward there. This might be an early dragon going the way of Speedy. Speedy, you might lose this 1v. Gotta wait and find out if Speedy's gonna be getting any help. It does look like Jinx is gonna be coming in, and so is the Syndra, and this is gonna be the first dragon heading over to the side of Mount Union. So it appears for now, and they were able to confirm that.
I was gonna say Spice Rack almost kind of gave his jungler up. I don't think Clark had any idea, and then when Spice Rack rotates down to Elf, then Zoom all says, okay, that's weird. Why are you rotating bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, he's probably at Dragon, as you said, though. Jungle 101, especially when there's a Fiddlesticks or a Nunu or a Warwick on the other team. If Dragon's not warded by 5-6 minutes, check the Dragon because they love to go there.
Especially if you looked up and saw that you're losing the CS battle severely. That's like a big eye-opener to always keep your eyes on that Dragon. As you stated, are you going to be missing the charm? Unfortunate, and now going to be sending Spice pretty low. Flagon going to be coming out, and that's going to be another kill heading over to the side of Clark. Listen, I said I was hopeful for them, and they're looking good so far.
Pizza the Cat is saying you can take your CS, and I'm going to take all of the kills across the map. This Jarvan has been electric. Proving why Jarvan has really been meta for, I think, since the beginning of competitive League of Legends. The mobility, the damage. Speedy Killer Ninja is hiding, or at least he was. Here we come. Instead, he'll start the back. He's trying to bait this Crow Storm, but I don't think you have enough damage, Tom Ken's Fiddlesticks, to win this.
Is he actually back? Is he fully back? I think he did. Oh,
cancel.
No, yeah, I was about to say, because I'd stay. I ain't gonna lie. If I'm a jungler in this situation, I stay. Why not? You know, make the first gank. D1, that's going to be a bang. Why not? Uh-oh. The Jarvan's going to be coming up. And now we got ourselves a situation. That is not a great Fiddlesticks ult, but is it going to be enough to lock down Fur? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, because guess what? Foof is able to absolutely annihilate Speedy, and now as Foof can get out in this situation, it looks like that's going to be the case again. Oh my goodness, what a turn. Oh, and Foof barely going to escape. I was so worried for Poof that entire fight, but such good mechanics, was able to maneuver through that engagement and stay alive.
I thought for sure when that Crow Storm started, Rome, that they were going to turn on the Jarvan, who had no idea that Speedy Killer was there. You get some great damage, you get the fear, but instead, as you pointed out, he wasted that Crow Storm mainly on minions, barely got any damage onto the Renekton.
It was unfortunate. I think that he wanted the Renekton to get a little bit closer before, he used the Crow Storm. But I mean, that's the thing, is that once Pizza the Cat came, he disrupted the timing and he made him use it early. They decided to take the early 2v1. He ended up using the ult on minions, and that's never a good thing, regardless of your character.
100% kill participation early on here for Pizza the Cat. 301 on the Jarvan, and now looking for more. A great hot shot. Arrow is going to miss. The last embrace will land the root. Here comes the ult here from Senna as well, and they'll immediately turn tail, and there's no slows or anything on the side of Mount Union. Ooh. So it just simply becomes a disengage.
And now this Soraka, I mean, now that she's got this ultimate in her back pocket, I mean, that's going to be a cue for all these solo laners to start taking these engagements. I mean, it does look like Soraka is most likely going to be going the Moonlight Crystal, I believe it's called, the green one, the green support one. Yeah, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, and I play enough Soraka. I gotta know the names of the items. Like, I buy them all the time. I buy them daily. I got 900K mastery on Soraka. I should know the name of the item I get all the time. At the end of the day, man, it's gonna be a lot of sustain coming out with this Soraka now, level 6.
You're the detriment to me as an assassin player. The worst thing is to see. I got him. Oh, there's the wish. Speaking of going in, a wish here for Mount Union, trying to make a play. Crow Storm with the exhaust, the flash forward. The Cataclysm comes out. There is the wish on the Pizza the Cat. One more shot would do it, but instead it's glitching. Who picks up one more. Now here's zooming in from the mid lane. The charm will miss, but the AD carry is simply dead. It's a double kill for the Ashe. Think this heal will go down as well. Who would have guessed Clark was the lower seed? My God, they are popping off, bro.
And this is just the power of the Soraka. She was able to turn that fight solo-handedly. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Pizza playing a dive champion, going in, now having that extra sustain with Soraka, healing, being able to heal Pizza the Cat 2 different times throughout that early engage before he was able to get out with barely any health. And then Pizza the Cat came right back. Soraka was healing him up again. And guess what? Everyone was pretty much full HP at the end of that skirmish. Guess why? Because the Soraka has that much healing in her kit.
This is exactly how you draw it up for Clark. Again, I'm still worried late game Rome that they're not going to have nearly enough damage. You see the Everfrost on the Ahri. Jarvan probably going to start going maybe for a Death Dance into a Guardian Angel would be my assumption. Maybe he changes the build path because he is so far ahead, 3-0-4. But you are going to get... You are going to get to a point where you just run out of damages, Clark. They do leash the dragon, as you said. There is, I believe, Fiddlesticks hanging around there. The Ash Arrow does go off as we watch this top lane fight as well.
Yeah, you saw the arrow. Did miss, but looks like they are going to be securing that dragon. And that's a big one, I must say, because if they would have given that Infernal Drake over to this Mount Union squad, I mean, that would have just been bad, because I mean they have so many characters that are just absolutely insane when they're able to even get one Infernal Dragon. And now that it is going to be the Mountain Soul, I mean that's not really going to help either team too much, but at the end of the day it would help Mount Union more. And this is going to be a great situation as the Senna going to be going for this Soraka. But guess what? Pizza is right here. Pizza is back. Pizza's in the oven, and the pizza is cooking and ready, because that's another kill coming in as the Senna's going to be dropping. The Renekton going to be taking the tower aggro, and this is why I'm saying one of the hardest champions to 1v1, and that is the reason why. My goodness. Finally, the first kill for Mount Union going to be coming in the top lane.
Meanwhile, bot lane, that's not even like worth it, unfortunately, because they lost both members bot side of the map. Sanctus went down, Invicted went down. Pizza the Cat has basically been look at him! How is he behind the Senna?
Yeah, and this is just perfect. Absolutely incredible. And he's got the ultimate to boot. Why not? I mean, listen, as long as this Soraka's got a sliver of HP, gonna be healing up the Ashe, back in with ease. Just relaxing, man. Soraka. Okay, all right.
There is no ult, though. The ult already got used, too. They don't have a way to kill her.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they might not have a way to kill her now, but if I'm the Soraka, I am back, and you're not going to be able to do much besides toss down an E, maybe get a Q, heal off a little bit more, but now that you're on that pink, oh, man, I'm worried. Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I said. She needed to back. I'm sorry. Like, I love Soraka's, but if you don't have that much health to be able to directly heal your teammates, just go ahead and back. You'll do a lot more.
Oh, no. Sanctus actually hit a blast cone right into Pizza the Cat and will go down. The Syndra is here. Spice Rack picking up a kill. That is a huge shutdown. The Everfrost not able to land, but Glitching able to push them off. Now, finally, Mount Union. Oh, nice stun into the charm. Do you follow it up? Unfortunately, no mana, no cooldowns.
I mean, the thing to look out for, I mean, yet again, yeah, I mean, Absence wants this 1v. And that's what I'm saying, building straight armor. I'm going to be totally honest. If Mount Union are able to get this next dragon, they have a great chance of winning this game. For a lot of the reasons that you stated, I mean, we even saw it a little bit right there. It seemed like Clark had the great engagement, the best situation for them, but at the end of the day, Mount Union just had more damage outright, being able to take them out. So I mean, it's going to come down to pretty much Pizza the Cat and what Pizza the Cat is going to be able to do. But I mean, 10-3 advantage right now, still looking great. But I mean, that Rift Herald going down in the mid, that's going to be big, even though it's not going to be for any plates, any gold. Still going to be a lot of damage going to that tower.
Still waiting on first tower. The mid very low after that Rift Herald charge, as you mentioned. Both bot turrets sitting at about 25% or lower, thanks to all the action we've seen down there. And I'm very curious what Pizza the Cat does, because as a player at that level, you usually have a pretty standard build. You go Gore Drinker into Death Dance, into Guardian Angel. You start to get tanky. I think he needs to get more aggressive on this Jarvan if he's able to build a couple more damage items, because late game, as you said, we're already seeing, especially you get Mountain Soul for Mount Union, that shield is going to nullify a lot of the Cataclysm damage. I'm very worried still here that Clark might have drafted themselves too safe of a comp here in game number 1 if we get to that 35-minute mark or so.
Oh yeah, big time. And I mean, it's right now. You can see it right now. I mean, the score lines are absolutely incredible coming out of Clark. Like, it's just absolutely perfect, pretty much. I mean, coming around the board. I mean, your ADC and your mid haven't taken any deaths. They also both have bounties on their head. Ooh, that is going to be the arrow. It is going to be landing. Beats is going to be able to get out with ease. I mean, the Soraka does have the ultimate at hand as well. Not going to need to use that one just yet. But with this drag coming up in 30 seconds, is this Jinx going to be able to get this bottom tower? I believe she is. That's going to be big because now they're going to be having a lot of this dragon prio. And like I said, if Mount Union can get this drag, they've got mid prio, they've got bot prio, and they've got priority over that Aria. She gets absolutely blown to smithereens. My goodness, this should be a dragon for Mount Union.
Rose Storm played off. Now, Renekton's going to get top turret, but as you pointed out in the draft, Rome, there's no teleport on this Renekton. This dragon is already a 5v4 at the best. It's already a 5v3 too, as Zoom has gone down. So this is a dragon going to be handed over basically to free for Mount Union. They'll clear out a ward. They'll pull the trigger. I don't think Pizza the Cat is going to even attempt to go over.
Soraka Q of the century.
If Soraka gets the steal, call the series, it's over. If you let a Soraka get a dragon, you might as well just not even be in the playoffs. No. You don't even deserve it.
Hey, listen, man. It happens sometimes, you know. Your smite's sitting at 900, and you know it goes to like 907. It looks like it. You click smite, and then that's 7 HP. Soraka Q just. Dink. I've seen it happen, man. I've been very mad in solo queue before. It has definitely happened.
Jungling is the role. That is the worst. Where you're like, okay, I think that's just not. I got enough damage, and then as you said, Soraka Q, Janna Tornado. You're just like, I'm never playing jungle again.
Oh man. Yeah, I think the one that's like the most painful is like the Ash arrow, just because like the timing had to be like absolutely perfect on it, like from like a mile away. Like those ones just hurt. Like, got it.
We do have 280 carries with those ultimates that can steal. I know the Jinx one a little bit more common than the Ash arrow, as you mentioned, but
yeah,
this is now more of a game than I thought it was 5 minutes ago, Rome. I mean, the gold lead's still 3K in the favor of Clark, but it's shrinking in all the wrong places. You see Spice Rack now up to 3-1 on this Syndra. Convicted, despite being down early in lane, is out farming their lane opponent. They're starting to work back into it, and that CS lead that Speedy Killa built early on, he still has it over Pizza the Cat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much what I said. I mean, right now, Absent of Mind up top in the top lane, going to be, you know, having a great time getting all these mountain dragons stacked up, and that's just going to be a huge problem as it's like not having a problem taking any of the tower aggro. Let's see what's going to be happening. Is this going to be a kill coming in on the Soraka? At least it should be, and yes, that is going to be a beautiful, beautiful Gale Force going to be coming out of Convicted and the Jinx, and they want more. They say, you know what, Renekton, you're going to be going out as well. Is that going to be a stunned up Renekton? Is he going to be able to take out Speedy? That's going to be the question. No, is Convicted's going to be able to pick up another, and that's going to be a beautiful play, as I believe they just popped the Rift Herald in the top lane as well. Oh man, did they? I believe that they did. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Okay. Rift Herald's going to be up right now. So they're going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald right now. As well as probably a dragon again in a couple minutes. Like, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't rotate bot after this.
I would say good. Meanwhile, Pizza the Cat and Zoom, we did see it there at the very end. They did pick up a kill onto Spice Rack. They pick up the shutdown. They'll do some counter jungling of their own. The Wish was used by Demo in that last fight to try to keep themselves alive. A bit of a greedy Wish use. So if there was a fight, it won't be up, but I don't think there's an objective to fight over. Rift Herald's just going to despawn here in 10 seconds to make way for Baron. Dragon's not up near soon enough, and Demo won't get punished for his
I'm very surprised they didn't grab it on the way out. I'm astonished.
Especially because you knew Zoom and Pizza were bot lane. Yeah, that should have been an easy second Herald. You can hold it for Dragon.
Yep.
That's just being a little bit too cautious, maybe thinking, oh, there's somebody there. They could have, I agree with you. They could have easily taken it on the way out.
I was about to say, they would have been a 3v1 at absolute worst, but I mean, you had their jungle completely warded. Look at all these wards Garvin's clearing out. Like, that would have been the freest Rift Herald ever, and I mean, if you pop a Rift Herald, at like 22 minutes or 21 minutes, you know what I'm saying? Like, that can be major, especially with this dragon coming up, because now it's going to be a lot more of a toss-up as to who's going to be able to get it. You're not really going to be able to send someone in one of these side. Well, I mean, you probably still send this Tom Kench in a side lane to keep connecting up there and then just teleport down. Oh, that is why just not having teleport on your team against 2 teleports is so rough.
Oh, can they make it there?
Oh.
Spirit Rush. I don't think Zoom gets out of this.
And I don't know if Foof is going to be able to get out of this one. Absence.
The junglers are fighting too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, top on top crime, jungle on jungle crime. They're going to be meeting up, and it looks like Pete's going to say, let's go ahead and in on Absence of Mind 2v1, as Speedy not going to be able to help out whatsoever, and Poof showing a little bit of speed of his own, dashing, trying to get Speedy off guard. Pizza looking potentially for the dive. And, it looks like they're definitely going to dive. Yeah, I was about to say, I wasn't sure why Speedy faked back there. You're not going to be able to bait that one out, and I mean, Clark looking pretty good right now, and with this dragon going to be up in 40 seconds, Fiddlesticks down for 30. I don't see it. Oh my God, they're going
Baron.
Oh my, I love it. I like the play. I like it because this Ahri can honestly keep them from pushing bot, keep them from getting that bot tower, and they're going to be backing anyway, so that's not going to be an issue. This is a free Baron. This is literally free.
The damage, while it's not the highest, it doesn't matter. As you said, there's no vision. The wards have all been cleared. There's nothing. They have no idea. Shout out to our observers. They have no idea there's anything even over there. Now they will, but too little, too late. They did bait the wish out though for this next dragon fight roam. That is something to keep in mind. Is Demo wished for really no reason, so they probably have to concede this dragon because they won't have that Soraka ult for the next fight, and vision has just gone away. They stopped buying wards.
This is worth it. I don't know if this is worth it. Like, okay, if I'm Clark, yes, you got the Baron, but the dragon is the win condition for UMU. Like watch. Watch this. Like, this is a problem right now. I feel like, oh man, an Absence of Mind is here, and he's the one that's going to be benefiting the most from those 2 dragons. This Soraka is good as dead. And anytime the Soraka is going to be the first one to die, everyone else is going to follow. So let's see if that's going to be the case. Pizza Cat goes golden, trying to survive. Absence taking up so much damage, and that's going to be all the damage that they have, as they are going to be dwindling like flies, dropping like flies. That's what I'm talking about. UMU can turn it around based off their win condition, which is the dragons, and Absence was taking up all that damage.
Yeah, 4 of those Barons are now gone. Poof does get stunned, but I don't think they want to follow. Is that Renekton, even without the Dominus, is still very scary. And you mentioned it, and it was something that lived in that fight. It's the Tom Kench. Speedy got to about 10%, got hit by a great Ash Arrow, had to pop his stopwatch, gets devoured by Absence of Mind though, lives the whole fight, and that Tom Kench difference is starting to shine through now at 23.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was going to be the MVP, but I mean, not even for saving the lives of other people. Right now, it's just for tanking up all this damage from the enemy team. I mean, that's really all you need to do at this point. I mean, you just got to stall out 3.5 minutes, get ready for this next dragon. That is all Mount Union are going to be looking to do. I mean, you look at the gold lead, it's only 2,000 now. Mount Union have clawed their way back into this one.
Speedy getting a little reckless there, taking out the double wards. Was a little bit scared. I will say the one thing that I thought Clark could use that Baron for is we are going to get, merely a fantastic Ash Arrow, just barely misses. But Speedy cannot keep doing this jungle camp. He has gotten way too aggressive as he's going to get caught down. Luckily, Absence of Mind, your MVP roam, will tank all of the damage for his jungler and keep him nice and healthy.
Oh yeah, going to be getting out nice and easy. And I mean, we shouldn't honestly see a team fight for the next 2 minutes, but the way these teams have been playing, seems like that's not going to be the case. They're going to be looking for a little bit of a brawl here, but I mean, I advise both of these teams right now. Both of these teams, literally the smart play. The only play right now is to play for that dragon. I really feel like, even though it's 2.5 minutes away, you don't want to do a team fight now, give up map control. If you're the side of Clark, you already have a lot of the map control of their red side. Now you need to back. Start clearing out your own red side, push toward their blue, try to clear out that river. As you can see already, UMU, they're doing just that. They're going back here, they're going to re-clear out, re-put wards on this bot side, because this bot side is all that's going to matter for the next 2 minutes, in my opinion.
Oh no, Zoom.
Zoom better zoom on out of there.
And to me, I feel like if we do see a team fight, Roman, I'm with you. I don't think you fight until Dragon's up. It feels like Clark can sense this game slipping away from them, right? And they think they need this insane pick, maybe a kill onto Convicted, you get that huge shutdown. It feels like Clark is going to force a fight as the Ash Arrow does go off. It does miss Convicted there in the middle of the map. I think Clark is going to take a fight they're going to regret because they think this game is slipping away from them.
Yeah, it's definitely slipping so far. I mean, Pizza's still sitting at 4-2-9, so a great, scoreline going to be coming out for him. I mean, 100% kill participation still. I mean, that alone is saying a lot for sure. So, I mean, on the other side, the highest is going to be 8 coming out of Spice Rack in the mid, and Sanctus Heals. That's what it is. Sanctus Heals. Shout out to Sanctus. Yeah, Sanctus both with 8 out of 11 kill participation on the side of UMU. So, like I said, I'm proud of both teams. I'm proud of you. You made it. Now it's time for the Dragon. A minute left. We're going to be clearing out this river. It does look like UMU still are going to be the ones with control of it. So, it's going to be on the side of Clark to engage to get this one back.
If skipping ahead 45 seconds, it looks like everything should be up except for Sanctus's flash, so we'll get a full-on team fight. But again, Foof has to stay around bottom side of the map. Zoom has to stay around bottom side of the map. I want to see Absence of Mind or Spice Rack go push top, go push mid. You have teleport. Use this to your advantage right now, because I will say Clark's biggest advantage is that they have 6 turrets. They have every tier 1 and tier 2 turret. If they win a fight, super minions are guaranteed, Rome. Spice and Absence need to start pushing here before this dragon spawns, but instead they're basically wasting the teleport, and now Ignite has way more advantage in a full-on 5v5.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, here we go. We do have a pink ward going to be on the dragon right now for Clark, and I don't see a pink in the inventory of UMU. So they're actually never going to be able to get full control or full vision of this drag as long as Clark are near the pit. This is going to be UMU most likely engaging. I don't think they're going to be giving this one up. I think it's going to be off the backs. It's going to need to be off the backs of this Fiddlesticks. Here we go, and this is going to be it. Going to be able to get one. Going golden as well. Are they going to be able to take out Pizza the Cat? I mean, Pizza resurrecting right now. Oh, the rocket is going to be going awry. And oh my goodness, Pizza is going to be able to pick up one. It's going to be massive, but it looks like that's going to be a big kill coming out of Convicted, being able to answer back. But only 2 players alive for UMU remaining. Players are all so low on the side of Clark. They should be able to pick up this dragon regardless.
The Ash Arrow didn't even land on a primary target. All it did was hit Absence of Mind, but they still go in off of it. The Jarvan, still 100% kill participation for Pizza the Cat at 5 and 11. Just tanked so much damage from him, as you said, was resurrecting as well, and it was a jungle diff in that fight. Speedy Killa had to pop his Zanyas, didn't do nearly as much damage, fell over as soon as that fight ended. Pizza the Cat got the Guardian Angel and then still picked up a kill, and now it's another free Baron here for Clark because there's no idea that this happening. I believe Convicted should potentially get a rocket, though. If he has the Spidey sense, he's going to get it very close if he fires it, but he did not. Bit too late.
Unfortunate, and I mean, now the difference is the last time that Clark got this Baron, they also lost a dragon at the same time and weren't ready for it. So this time they're able to get the Baron. There's no dragon to fight for, so they got 4 minutes of Baron pushing. They should be able to clear out all these lanes, but with the double TPs coming out, we haven't seen Mount Union use their teleports in a while. So I will say that Clark's doing a good job of, locking this squad down, not letting them be too mobile on the map, but still controlling each lane is right now is going to be UMU.
And we're, very critical of the lack of teleports on Clark, and I think for good reason when you look at how the game usually plays out, but UMU hasn't, as you said, they haven't used the teleports for anything. I can't remember the last time we saw a teleport in opposed to right after landing phase. I mean, yes, they don't have the greatest split pushers. I mean, Pump Kench, as you said, it's a hard 1v1 champ, but he's not going to get a lot of priority pushing around. Yeah. Spice Rack has already been caught out a couple times, so maybe he's hesitant, but you've got to make use of these teleports if you're UMU. Otherwise, they're just wasted summoner spells.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, that can be such a rough situation for sure. I mean, we talked about the damage coming out from this squad and Clark, but honestly, they've shown that they've got enough. I mean, you look at Ari's build, you look at Ash's build. I mean, that's a lot of damage. They're going to be coming out now. And I mean, even the Jarvan going so much damage and having that Guardian Angel. I mean, that Guardian Angel was huge. He was able to absolutely go in, tank up so much damage, and then once he resurrected, the Soraka ulted him. He was able to get out. I mean, that was just beautiful execution out of Clark. And I mean, they thought their comp well through. Oh man, the stun is going to be coming out, and that is going to be a dead Senna, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but they're going to turn this one around. Zoom is able to take out Spice Rack. But Senna is able to stay alive, at least for now, but it is going to be a 5v4 advantage for the side of Clark.
Oh, the Dominus gets popped as well. Absence of Mind has to flash over the wall. Zoom going in. Double Zanyas are going to be popped. Pizza the Cat dropping very low. It's a kill onto Convicted. Speedy Killer probably will die, but he ends up getting healed, but it does not matter, Rome, as this is going to be an easy mid-tower, mid-inhibitor. Baron still for 40 more seconds. If they want to push it, I think you're right. This feels like game.
This is the playoffs. This is the quarterfinals. You make them fight for their lives right here. We're focusing that tower down. Now we're going to focus you down. Only one remaining, and it's going to be a little bitty Senna at this point. Not going to be able to do anything to stop this. That is a dub coming in for Clark, the underdogs, over Mount Union.
I honestly would have asked you if we had the pictures backwards, because Clark did not play like the underdog at all, Rome. They took an early advantage. They absolutely stomped out the side of Mount Union, the 3 seed. Who cares about losing 4 of your last 5? You said it, Rome, when we came in. The best time to turn that around is right now. They played this comp perfectly, and I'm going to say, shout out Pizza the Cat. He set the tone for that game early, and he never, ever let up.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, finally, the Ash Arrow at the end, the one to seal it all, man. That was really what mattered. That was absolutely incredible, the Ash Arrow, you know, and then that just set up the Jarvan. Once the Jarvan saw that, you saw how long that Ash Arrow stunned the Senna for. I mean, that was like a free, oh, Jarvan was licking his lips. He was saying, I'm going in on that one. That was easy engagements. And I mean, honestly, this Clark squad, they impressed me. That composition was a very, very solid one.
Solid win for Clark as well, and now they're on the verge of a huge upset. Can they take down Mount Union, or can the favorites fight back? Can they throw a punch to get us to a game 3? We'll take a break. We'll come back. Game 2 here in the Challengers Yellow. Clark on match point, looking to take down Mount Union. What's going to happen in game 2? Find out right after this break.
I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back into the NECC here. Quarterfinal action of our playoffs. And it has been a crazy day in the Challengers Yellowfish in Rome here. In Rome, I'm going to be honest. I trust the production behind me here at the NECC. I have triple checked the teams. Because no way did I believe that the lower seed team came out here and just slapped Mount Union around. I have looked at this roster 4 times like, okay, no, that actually was Clark Red because my God, I never would believe they were the team coming in with 4 losses in their last 5 games as the 6th seed because they beat up Mount Union.
Yeah, they look like they really figured it out, and I mean that's what it's all about. You know, the regular season is all about finding out who you are as a roster, what works and what doesn't, and then the playoffs apply what does work and hope for the best. And I mean, hey, listen, that composition, you could tell they thought it through. You know, it wasn't one that they just all of a sudden, you know, just picked during the draft. No, they thought about that composition well. You know, they said, okay, we're going to go dive heavy, but we're also going to have a Soraka to be able to heal us up, to be able to sustain us. And I mean, I like it. I mean, it was a great composition overall. And I mean, honestly, that was just a jungle diff game right there.
Yeah, I was very curious if Jarvan would make it through the ban phase. I know Jarvan always feels like a very boring champion to ban because there's so many other champions that do what he does in the jungle very well, but Pizza the Cat put on a display. I would not be shocked if he runs it back. I think maybe the biggest issue I want to see addressed here by Mount Union is Speedy Killer needs to be on something a bit more meta, I think is the worst way to put it. Just something that can do a little bit more than Fiddlesticks. I think the Zac is a great option. It provides basically as much CC as the Fiddlesticks while still being tanky enough because that Fiddlesticks just went pop and it just was over.
Yeah, big time. And I mean, now this time it is going to be that Zac that you stated. Pizza the Cat right back on that Jarvan, though. So, I mean, we know what Pizza's able to do on it. Now, the question is, with the Soraka now banned, ooh, that's interesting. And it was actually, wow. Okay, it was actually Clark that banned the Soraka. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that?
I guess maybe they were worried because I'm a big fan on blue side. If a power champion like something that your opponent is really good at, like either the Jarvan or the Soraka gets through, you could just B1 it, and essentially to me it acts as a 4th ban, especially if you can play it well. And so maybe they were worried about, well, Soraka counters what Pizza the Cat wants to do. He can't dive in if there's a wish. So to me, I think Clark was maybe worried about that Soraka being played. You mentioned AP Kaisa, by the way. I think Spice Rack just locked that in as well for Mount Union. They're pulling out all sorts of craziness. I will say, I don't like Clark B or R1ing their mid laner. Just right up, we're picking Vygar. I'm not a huge fan of giving your mid laner away just like that, though.
Might be the support, though. That might be a little bit of a bait, you know, coming out. Like, you know, Vygar support is very alive and well. So, I mean, who knows? But, I mean, shoot. I mean, this could even be an Ashe support. I know that that's, like, not meta right now. But, I mean, hey, it could be. I mean, you never know what teams are going to be pulling out in the playoffs. I mean, this is where you pull out all the stops, all the tricks of the trade. So, I mean, right now with these 3 picks, you know, it's pretty solid stuff. They have a lot of lockdown yet again coming out of this Clark squad. So, I mean, already 3 champions that can absolutely lock you down for literally over 2 seconds at the end of the game. So, this is going to be... It's going to be a lot to deal with, and they still have their top laner and their support, who are most definitely going to be having stun capabilities as well. So this might be a 5-man stun squad.
I'm very excited to see. I think that Clark has done a great job of kind of flipping the script of saying, who needs to draft for damage? If we just draft for stuns, especially as we saw last game, Ashe Arrow into the Jarvan EQ, into the Cataclysm. As Pizza the Cat can get that far ahead again, it's going to be a nightmare. I'm curious what Mount Union will do in the top lane because they need someone to follow the Zac in. it's great that Zach has all this CC with the Let's Bounce, but if Kai'Sa and Jinx are stuck all the way on the backside of the team fight, there's no one helping that Zach. They would need to draft a divey top laner, maybe like a Renekton, something that can get aggressive up there. Let's see what Clark will do. Will they give away that it was support Vigar? Will they give away that it was mid Vigar here? They are going to have the counter pick, so I think you just lock in your top laner, but instead they give away that it's not support Vigar. I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either, but I mean, I'm sure that they were assuming based off of match history. I'm sure they understand, exactly what this mid laner wants to play. So I'm not sure if that was really that big of a, factor. But I do get it. Like, you definitely could have locked in your top laner here. But the thing is, I mean, maybe they want to counter pick top more than they want to hide their mid choice. So looks like it is going to be the Zyra coming out. That is super spicy. And I don't know.
I haven't seen a Zyra support in 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, and then a set in the top lane, that's going to be good to help the Zac, but this Zyra, that just threw me way off. I'm not going to lie. That one threw me off. So let's see what this final choice is going to be coming in for top lane on the side of Clark. I mean, last time, they were able to make things work incredibly with the Renekton. This time, I mean, honestly, they could go right back to it. I don't really see a reason not to. It's not banned, and they're going to go with Volley. So, I mean, Volibear is a lot like Renekton. Has got a whole lot of diving capabilities. So, really not too different of a composition going to be coming out of this side of Clark. But still, as I stated, 5 players that can literally stop you in your tracks.
I'm really excited to see what this Kai'Sa Vigar matchup in the mid lane, and I'm also very interested to see what this Zyra does as well, because as you pointed out, yes, the set, great compliment to the Zac. That means you have to have a Zyra peeling for both your Jinx and your Kai'Sa, and outside of her root, she really doesn't have a great way to do that. She has 1 CC and a knockup, so yeah. I'm very concerned that Mount Union has just gone out here and gone way too bold, especially if they had won game 1, sure, maybe that's the play. You're getting bold, you're trying to be cheeky, you're trying to cover strats up for your semifinals maybe, but no, they're the team that I think really needs to recover. If they got punched in the mouth, kicked to the floor, I want to see what they do to stand back up, because as you said, I think Clark took the exact same thing that worked in game 1, draft CC, the damage will somehow find its way to us, and they basically just did that exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, last time they had the Ahri in the mid lane. This time is the Vigar. I mean, it's just going to be able to absolutely lock down, do a bunch of damage as well. And, I mean, you said the damage was an issue last time. I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue this time. I think that they have a lot more pack to their punch right here going to be coming out. So, honestly, I like Clark's draft again. They're impressing me right now. It seems like they've done their homework. I'm going to be completely honest.
They feel like the hot team, which is crazy because they lost 4 of their last 5 games. But we talked about this in our previous broadcast as well. And I think you mentioned the regular season is all about figuring out how you want to play in the playoffs. And it feels like that's exactly what Clark did, where maybe Mount Union, they won a couple games. They're like, okay, this is winning us games in the regular season. We'll just stick with it. But I feel like Clark kept experimenting. And they have finally found a composition that works really well. I will say Zoom, he did get the Vigar banned away from him last game, and so the fact that it got through, also very interesting. It's a champion he's very comfortable on. That probably explains why he did pick it B1. Yeah. Also putting the Predator on it as well, so he's going to be all over the map. He does not just want to stay mid lane. He probably, I would assume we're going to see a lot more action at bot lane like we saw in game number 1.
Oh, yeah, big time, and that's the thing is that is going to be... Foof, that is going to be a problem to deal with. I mean, anytime you got a Vigar that's going to be moving around the map that much, can help your top lane, can help your bot, can help your jungler take dragons even. I mean, it's going to be a lot to deal with for this Kai'Sa. I want to see exactly how this Kai'Sa is going to be handling it because, I mean, AP Kai'Sa mid, and she's got teleport as well. So not going to be making the same mistake as they did last time. We're going to be having teleports on both sides. So, I mean, honestly, though, the teleports didn't even come into play. Like, that's why I'm like, I was so disappointed that there was no like split pushing while the dragon was about to be up, forcing them into the side lanes and then TPing to dragon. There was none of that. So hopefully this game there will be a little bit more of those situations, but I mean we just got to wait and see who's going to be able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, I mean Mount Union, we said we praised them for the teleport in the draft phase, and then nobody used it. I can see why. I mean, Volibear, you probably don't need to Ignite on. You're not going for as kill heavy as the Renekton. I think the Veigar could have potentially gotten away, though, with the Ignite. But it is a bit more of a safety play here for Clark. I hope they don't lose their aggression, though. Because they won game 1, I could see them saying, let's scale back. We've got this. I think they still need to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
And this Zyra bot lane, again, it's been like 4 years since she was even remotely considered meta down there. I'm very curious how well it's going to be played and how it's played in team fights. Is it looking for early knockups and roots aggressively, or is it trying to peel for the Jinx Kai'Sa? That's going to be a very tough ask of Sanctus Heal to basically try and do multiple things for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Sanctus Heals got the name Sanctus Heals, but this game going to be doing anything but that on the Zyra. Definitely going to be, I don't even know. As you stated, hasn't been meta, so this might just be a comfort pick coming out of Sanctus Heals. Who knows? I'm just going to be hopeful for the best for the squad in Mountain Union. But, I mean, right now, Clark, in my opinion, are looking like they're on their way to a 2-0. But, hey, listen, I'm not putting anything past Mountain Union. Simple as that. I'm not going to put anything past them.
Hey, with a name like Sanctus Heals, that makes the the Soraka ban make even more sense, right? Because if they're going to play a support, we saw the set of game 1. I could have seen the Soraka come out in game 2, but I'm excited to see here game 2 right around the corner. Clark looking for what would be a huge upset here in our Challengers Yellow Division, knocking off the 3-seed Mount Union, who is 6-2 in the regular season. And again, I want to see what Pizza the Cat can do. They were so successful in game 1, Rome, because he was everywhere. He might have ended the game with 100% kill participation, which is absolutely phenomenal. Can he get early ganks mid? Maybe he goes for a level 2 onto the Kai'Sa again. Then he roams down bot with his Predator Veigar in tow. I think Pizza the Cat has to stay aggressive as we hop into game number 2 here in the NECC. Our final series of the night. Will it be our final game of the night? That's a question we'll find out here over the next half an hour or so, Rome.
Big time. In Mountain Union, they're going to want anything but that situation. And I mean, with a Mountain Drag going to be the first one up on the board, that is going to bode well, honestly, for the side of Mountain Union, most likely overall. But I mean, honestly, pretty even on both sides in who would favor. So
Yeah.
I don't know. What soul you calling this one? I mean, last game we got a Mountain. What you calling this game?
I'm going to go with Ocean Soul. I think we're going to get a very boring Soul here.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Ocean Soul, which would help either team. I think probably, I think Ocean Soul might be what propels Clark to a victory. If Pizza the Cat plays aggressive early, gets his team a 2-dragon lead, then you get Ocean Soul. There's just not that much damage there for Mount Union outside the Kai'Sa and the Jinx, so they might be able to just Ocean Soul their way to victory. And again, starting red buff, Spice Rack has to be on high alert at all times that he gets caught in the baby cage and then he just dies to a level 2 Jarvan.
Yeah. Oh man, you're so right. Like that's why it's like I can't even argue it. Like you're just right. Like I mean, Spice Rack gonna need to literally have great warding, great game sense of understanding where exactly this Jarvan is gonna be, because they are gonna be looking to lock down this guy right now. Even like look, literally right now, as you stated, Jarvan is making his way toward mid. And gonna be trying to bait out this flash early on. Not gonna be able to do that though. So Spice Rack, solid play.
It's the thumbs up from Pizza the Cat as well. Yeah, great game sense, as you said. Spice Rack, I think, probably knew after last game that's what's gonna happen. I'm curious if Pizza the Cat will try and come bot lane again. Does have the Thresh to set up way more ganks than last time, where a lot of it was Senna was the one engaging for Mount Union, and then Pizza the Cat was just there. But so far, Jarvan being the aggressor, I think that's exactly what Clark needs here if they want to pick up game 2, but no one playing too over-aggressive just yet.
Yeah, I mean, things are pretty even all across the board. CS-wise, they're going to have a slight lead in the top lane, but it does look like that volley is going to be pushing, so probably going to be pretty even up there. And, I mean, no real funny business coming out. Both junglers just going to be clearing things on up. Nobody really getting anyone too low, so just a little bit of a stalemate right now coming out on the Rift.
The push here from the Clark bot lane means that, unfortunately, the only play Pizza will have, unless he goes for a dive, is probably going to be mid lane here. We do see both top laners trading. This will set up a great potential pick with the Elastic Slingshot from Zach, and that is the one thing that I think Speedy Killa now has over the Jarvan is on the Zac. Your gank paths are a lot more unique and very hard to prepare for, Ro, because you can come over any wall, anywhere, get a knockup. So it's going to be very hard for Foof especially to ward out every single area that Zac could come from. Whereas Fiddlesticks, you pretty much knew he was either coming through the river or coming up through the lane.
Oh yeah, big time, but there was a gank in the mid this time coming in from Pizza the Cat, and they were able to get that flash out of Spice Rack early on, so you know what that means. If I got your flash now at 3 minutes 45 seconds, these next few minutes are going to be very, very difficult for you. Speedy is coming in right now on the gank, on the Poof, and is this... Oh, okay. Didn't want the smoke.
That ward was there for like an extra 2 seconds too long because Poof saw him right as that ward died. Speaking of wards, Pizza the Cat is standing on one, so the event horizon will do nothing. Spice Rack doesn't even have enough mana, and Absent of Mind getting bullied very hard in this top lane by just this passive sort of static shift damage from Poof bouncing into him. This set, I mean, he does have the grit. He is going to heal up quite a lot, but he's getting bullied as Spice Rack once again has to watch Jarvan walk into his lane before walking away.
And the other thing is that this might not be AP Kaisa, but you started the dagger. So if you're not going...
If you're not AP Kaisa, that's... I mean, you just build armor. And you win if you're Clark. Feels like a CS laning kind of longsword if I had to guess, but there's the... I think this is AD Kaisa.
Yeah, this is AD Kaisa. Why would you go AD? Okay, so the second that that Clark realizes this, Volibear is gonna probably get a Bramble Vest. Thresh is gonna back. I don't even know. Probably get like a Frozen Heart at the end of this. I don't even know. But yeah, at the end of the point is stack armor and you're gonna win.
I'm gonna hold out hope, bro. I'm gonna hold out that Spice Rack's going for some like weird early CS build, and he's gonna transition to AP later in the game.
Yeah, we got word that you know AP Kaisa goes main into full AP normally, so she can evolve her Q. Okay, that does make sense. He was looking a little bit fishy there at the start. Not gonna lie. But shout out production.
Lance going down here. I will say, Pizza the Cat's aggression has been neutralized very much in this game number 2, and that's how Clark got so far ahead. Not saying they're going to lose because of it, but they do have to be careful. As we do see Absent of Mind finally coming back here. He will get stunned up. Haymaker going to do a decent chunk of damage, but didn't have a huge amount of grip built up, so he will simply just walk away, and both top laners will continue wet noodling each other.
But yeah, big time, and you know, it's gonna be a nice time up there in the top lane of slapping each other back and forth. Shouldn't really be seeing any crazy solo kills be coming out up there. I mean, both of them should be pretty safe. But right now with that dragon up, I will say Pizza the Cat might be able to get an early one. And is he going to be able to get this red buff? Oh my goodness, this could be big. No, he's going to go for the gank instead. There is going to be a pink, so that means it is going to be Convicted and Sanctus that are going to realize this, but are they going to be able to get out in time? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. TP is going to be coming out. That's going to be a beautiful stun coming in from the Jinx, but that's going to be the cage coming out yet again. Zoom going to be going down extremely low. First Blood going to be heading over to Pizza the Cat. Convicted able to get one, and oh my goodness, this Kaisa coming online, able to pick up two, and now Pizza the Cat looking to escape with his life, is able to, and I mean, Mount Union able to turn that one around beautifully.
Unfortunately, both Pizza the Cat and Zoom stood in the Flame Chompers and just ate all of that damage. It was a great teleport by Spice Rack, and I will say, at the time, I understand why Demo flashed, but since he flashed on top of the Vigar, he actually got his mid laner killed to the rocket splash damage, and he just flashed a little to the left and had not been all stacked up. It might have worked out better for them, but that was just being way too aggressive. I've never seen Flame Chompers root that many people when everyone can see them and just walk into them.
Yeah, now it is going to be UMU getting that early dragon, and next up on the board, we got to see what dragon is going to be next, as it is going to be an ocean. So that is interesting. So you were wrong.
And the thing is now that removes both the defensive dragons from the game,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
yeah.
Cloud Dragon is whatever. There's nice flash there from Spice Rack to stay alive. We do have Sanctus Heal kind of chasing Vygar through the mid. So now we either get Infernal or Hextech, which are very aggressive, or we
Yeah.
get Cloud, which is whatever. This kind of changes the game a little bit here.
Changes the game in a big way. I'm feeling it Infernal. Feeling it Infernal. Wait,
Give me. It's gonna be Cloud. It's gonna be the most useless dragon that everyone hates, and
don't
someone
do
will
that
say,
to me. Don't do
Twitch
that to
chat will
me,
be like,
man.
well, there's technically it's really good on Thresh because no, I don't care. It's a useless dragon. Everybody knows it. Nobody likes it.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, man, is this going to be a dive on Absent of Mind? Oh, man, is Foof
Pizza?
tanky enough for this? Pizza taking a lot of tower aggro. My goodness gravy. That was... Yeah, and the Jinx rocket. Why not? Yeah, like, that was hectic right there.
I don't know if Pizza maybe thought the wave was going to push in or was asking Poof to push the wave in, but that dive probably works if half of Pizza's health isn't taken out by a turret without him even attacking anyone. That just felt like a weird, maybe trying to rush it. That was a very interesting top lane dive.
Very. And now with this Rift Herald up, nobody's really in position to take it. There's going to be a ward on it. Scuttle got taken by the side of Clark, so probably going to be contested. I don't see anyone taking that anytime soon, but as I say that, he's making his way up there. Is he going to be going for a gank instead? He is, and it's pinked as well, so Pizza can hang out there all day, just waiting to go in, but is going to be backing. Nope, staying. So yeah, they're really targeting this Kai'Sa right now.
Pizza, I mean, he was so mobile in that first game. He was mid, he was bot, he was top. It just feels like he's tunnel vision on this Kai'Sa, as you said, Roman. It's not that he's falling behind. He's only 15 CS behind the Zac. They're both level 7. He really hasn't lost too much. I think Zac probably has about a half level lead on him or so. But he's not putting his lane ahead like we thought. If you do see a root is going to come out here, the Death Sentence is going to miss. Glitching Force to flash away. The Zap will land. Can they get it in range? Super Mega Death Rocket will be blocked. Now Demo has to be careful. Plays them away, but does eat the root from the Zyra. Meanwhile, Speedy was there looking for a kill. EQ over the wall for Pizza the Cat. But this bot lane not having the same success they had in game number 1 for Clark.
Yeah, whatsoever, and definitely going to be a rough start for sure. One UMU wasn't really used to from the last game. Now in the top lane, I mean, Foof doing a whole lot of damage on Absence. My goodness, going down to 50 HP, but Absence is going to be able to walk away free of charge, and Pizza doing a nice job of making sure that not too much tower damage goes out. And trying to keep these plates at a minimum that go over to this bot lane that, as you stated, is already very, very much ahead.
Every kill coming down on that bottom side of the map from that early engage, probably about the 7-minute mark. 1-0-2 on the Jinx. I will say we do get a Frozen Heart picked up here from Poop, so he is opted for that full armor build. As we do see the showstopper coming out here from Absence of Mind. Tower going to help out a little bit. Never mind, the tower doesn't end up targeting Poof, who was very close to being in range, playing that tower aggro perfectly. Meanwhile, we go mid. Zoom does have the stun down. Here comes Pizza the Cat, looking for a fast Cataclysm. Gonna land it onto both members here. Speedy Killer Ninja is going to get that Cell Division passive proc. The Ash Arrow is going to miss. His Spice Rack looks for a kill, and it's the Super Mega Death Rocket that picks it up instead.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful target coming out from Convicted right there. Absolutely beautiful snipe. That's what you love to see out of your ADC right here. And I mean, Mount Union right now are looking very, very solid for sure in every aspect except for top lane. I will say that. So, and yeah, as we stated, you know, it is going to be that man you main into AP. So you can see right now, it is going to be a gank up top. Sanctus, support gank, the level 6 support gank. As, wow, actually did root it. Yeah, going to be forcing out the oh, Absence not able to land that one, but still, I mean, Sanctus able to force out the flash onto the volley bear. That's going to be a big win.
This Zyra has been very strong. Got a couple of kills bot lane with some great roots. I will say, Sanctus Heal has had some fantastic roots. They had great roots on the Senna. Now they have fantastic roots on the Zyra, though. They will end up losing this dragon potentially. Of course, Speedy Killer Ninja can go over the wall with the elastic slingshot. We'll get a flip for it, but it will go to the side of Pizza the Cat. Her box will go down. There is no cell division, and that's the first real mistake we've seen from the side of Mount Union. Speedy Killer just throwing a kill away.
And it's going to be an Infernal, so I called it. You know, Spidey said,
even though this is the happiest I've been when I'm wrong.
Hey, listen, I love Infernals, man. It's going to be a fun game for sure. Especially, I mean, no matter what way it goes, my goodness, if the Kaisa gets it, she's going to be blowing people up with her Q. If the Vigar gets it, he's going to be blowing people up, like, period. Oh, man, this is going to be a spicy game. This is probably going to end quicker than normal because of that, too. It's probably going to be a lot more fights. Like, we're only at 6 kills right now, 14 minutes in. My guess is we're going to probably end up around, like, 25 or something, like, something crazy.
I can't argue with you. The only thing I think that would turn that kill meter down is if Poof just starts to split push and draws Mount Union's attention. Because you mentioned it, Rome. That top lane gap is growing. It's now about it's sitting around a 40 CS lead, depending on who has the wave pushing into them for Poof over Absence of Mind. He did go full tank, so the Volibear won't have as much kill potential should he continue to split push, but this could be a very scary Volibear who just cannot die to anything, especially with the amount of AD. Basically everyone but Kaisa for the side of Mount Union, and they're going to get a gank here. Demo and Pizza the Cat, this time they will wait for the wave, and Absence of Mind will quickly realize, yeah, you're not getting out of here alive. The Ash Arrow will miss, Showstopper will be used, but the Cataclysm will simply cancel it out. They'll get the Death Sentence, they'll get the Baby Cage, they'll have everything in exchange for that kill.
Yeah, but is that going to be worth it? Look at the rest of the map. I mean, in mid lane, you got the Kaisa being able to put in a lot of pressure. Bot lane, they might even be able to get this tower if they do this situation right. Just clear out this wave, keep that pressure. And yeah, I mean, they have a very good chance of taking it. I mean, let's see if they're going to do it. No, they're going to be backing off, playing this one safe. As that Jarvan is going to be coming down now, so. Yeah, that tower's not going to be going down. So great job by Ash to be able to pin that one away from the Jinx, but a great hook going to be landing. And Spice Rack going to need to flash on out of there. Seems like Spice Rack being forced to use the flash every single time it's up, and that's going to be Zoom on a killing spree, being able to absolutely blow up one, blows up two. I mean, Zoom starting to come online right now for Clark.
I was curious about the Vigar pick. He proved me wrong. Sanctus is simply dead here. We'll play the yakety sax music as long as they stay alive, but they were just waiting for the carries to get in range. Zoom didn't even bother getting an assist. It's like, whatever, man. Like that, I'm already 4-1. I'm more than happy with my killing spree after that fight.
Yeah, Zoom's already definitely feeling good. I mean, we stated it, Vigar going to be one of those comfort picks for Zoom, and right now Zoom trying to make this game Zoom on by as quick as possible because, I mean, as you stated, if you're going to be back in, not even worried about getting the assist, you're confident in where you are in the game. I mean, already got the needlessly large rod right now. Definitely going to be building that. Actually, no, I was going to say he's going to be getting a hat, but I don't think so. Because he does have that tier, so I don't know. I don't think he's going to be getting the hat just yet. But still, I mean, regardless, this Vigar is going to be huge. Especially with an Infernal, my goodness.
Yeah, Infernal Soul just got a lot more spicy. And this feels like Zoom saying, look, if I get a couple more kills in the next Dragon fight, I'm going to come back with a hat. Don't you even worry about it, Rome. If not, I have my safety net option. As we do see, a bit of damage goes out onto Demo. And I want to see Poof. Last time, had the Ignite, didn't have the ability to split push. What can you do on this Volibear that is just slowly pulling away on the top side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, a 56 CS lead right now, it's never good when you got a bounty and you've only got one assist on your tally. That means you are just absolutely doing a great job of macro on the map, being exactly where you need to be. And with that Rip Herald up as well, we'll see if he's going to take that. But guess what? That's going to be Zoom.
Oh!
Getting his life taken. The Ash Arrow not going to be able to stun anyone. And that is going to be a free kill coming in and a free shutdown. And that was exactly what Mount Union were looking for.
The scariest part is, though, he still killed Zyra. I mean, yes, it's a support. Yes, insane AP scaling on the ultimate to punish AP mages, but for all that CC, he just two-tapped the enemy Zyra. Great blast cone there by Foof, trying to run this team around. If he's able to buy enough time, this is a free Infernal Dragon that Clark could potentially pick up. Fails the Stormbringer, though, over the wall. It looked good until it didn't.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, hey, listen, this first dragon, at least this is first Infernal Dragon, does look like it is going to be going over to the side of Clark. And if they can start to stack these, this is going to be huge.
Oh, no!
My goodness! The Jinx Rocket's going to be able to steal it, and that's going to be massive. Demo goes down. Zed's going in. He's trying to do some damage to Pizza, but Pizza going to be going in, but that is not going to be nearly enough. My goodness, going golden as well, but what is that going to do for you? Just delay the inevitable, and Spice Rack is going to take him out. Wow. What a play coming in from Convicted, being able to steal that one.
Now, Speedy Killa had called off the slingshot, but we talked about this in game number 1, Rome. The 80 carries that could steal objectives, and it's the Super Mega Death Rocket. They're even going to be able to walk over. I don't know. They should have enough damage here to kill this Herald, but with just a Zac and a Set who's very far behind, who still doesn't even have his Mythic item at 20 minutes, this it won't be as close as I thought. They have about until 1955 on the clock, and they'll be able to pick it up.
And that's going to be big for sure, because I mean, now that they've got this rift, I think it's bigger. I don't think it's big that they got it. I think it's big that the side of Clark didn't get it, because I mean, honestly, Poof, he had an opportunity when he was pushing that tier 2 tower a couple minutes ago to, instead of keep on pushing that while the team was fighting, he could have just went and gotten rift, but instead he went and got a bunch of damage on the tier 2 tower. And I mean, now this squad in Mount Union have the rift, and they might be able to really do some damage with it.
We're going to try and 3-man dive Foof here. The Strangle Vines are going to come out. He is going to try and look for a kill. Not able to find it, however. So, will they drop the Rift Herald here, I think is the big question, Rome, and the answer is yes. So now somebody has either got to match this or they've got to get a kill elsewhere. They're looking for a kill on the Spice Rack. They will get the knock-up into the air. The flash is going to be committed. Cataclysm's not online quite yet, and they have to back off.
They need to back now. Like now. They popped the Rift, and it didn't even hit the first turret. That was the first time that the Rift Herald actually hit a tower. So this one is going to be going into the base right now, and if they don't play this right, they're going to be without an inhibitor very, very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, as that is going to be doing a ton of damage. There's going to be the tower going down. They are able to take out the Rift Herald, which is going to be good, but guess what? Glitching and Demo, they're going to need to hang on for dear life until their teammates are going to be able to get there. That's exactly what's going to happen. And now guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's going to be a big kill coming in on to Pizza. No! Actually, wow. Oh my goodness, Speedy actually was able to get out, but no, Sanctus does end up dropping finally. Glitching goes down as well. My goodness, Foof is trying to run for his life. Foof is able to potentially get one.
Sell the vision.
But I mean, listen, still a double kill. My goodness, 3v2 advantage coming in for Mount Union after all that. Oh, 3v3, excuse me. Wow, what a situation. That was a great skirmish right there.
That was great use of the Rift Herald, as you pointed out, Rome. They dropped it, and Pizza and Zoom were looking for a kill bot side. The Cataclysm was about 2 seconds away from securing them that kill on the Kaisa, who had to blow the flash, but it did not matter in that second fight. And finally, Mount Union makes great use of the teleports, even though Absent of Mind went down. Spice Rack able to teleport up, able to get that double kill. Now this Kaisa 5-1 has the Luden's Echo, is the AP Kaisa we have been talking about, is going to be a very, very big threat across the Rift for Clark in these next fights.
Oh, big time, especially the fact that it is going to be that Infernal Dragon. I mean, we said it's going to go one way or another. That soul is going to be in the hands of one of these squads, and whichever one it gets in, I mean, honestly, it's probably going to be GG's if they get a even somewhat decent engagement. So much CC, honestly, is on both squads that, I mean, honestly, it's literally just going to probably come down to one of these, 28, 29-minute fights that are going to decide the entirety of the game, just because one squad is probably going to be able to get a full 5-man wipe, just because there's so much lockdown on both of these squads. It's going to be all about that big engagement.
Zoom has picked up his Rabadon, so this Vigar is very scary. These two mid laners are going to have quite the show, as we do see the amount of damage Spice Rack can put out already with those Void Seekers, and it looks like we are going to get a Baron attempt here from the side of Mount Union. Spice Rack has to hold these 4 players kind of hostage in the mid lane. Baron now dropping lower and lower. Clark has finally realized that Volibear is going to keep split pushing. There's the Ash Arrow. Can Pete's the Cat sneak in to redeem himself on the kill is going to be the question.
And it looks like no, that is going to be Zach and Speedy picking that up. And so now the big question is this Volibear going to be able to do enough to make that steal attempt worth it? I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I mean, right now, Volley's doing a great job of splitting, but no hole breaker. Not going to be able to crack the base, and that's a big win coming in for Mount Union.
Clark did eliminate 2 of the Baron buffs onto Sanctus, which is probably the least important, as well onto Speedy Killa. Both junglers actually will be down for this dragon attempt, but thanks to that one team fight around the Baron pit, it should be Clark who evens up our dragons at 2 aside. Foof will just run some reconnaissance there. So 2-2 on the dragons, and this game dead even. I want to see what Mount Union can do with this Baron on the Kai'Sa, on the Jinx, maybe even on the set here. As Zoom has to be very, very careful here. Just barely dodges the root. Gonna try and turn around, but can't quite find a kill.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be a, I mean, yet again, I mean, just a great situation coming in for UMU. I mean, able to pick off Zoom, and, you know, Zoom feeling great on the Vigar, but that's the thing is getting picked off like that, now going to be losing your middle tower. I mean, this is where things can go real south for Zoom very, very quickly once he comes back onto the real. Oh my goodness, glitching. Oh my goodness, this is the problem with the AP Kai'Sa. My goodness, able to do so much damage, and now they are pressing the issue. Why not? You might as well keep going. Glitching is back. Zoom is going to be there. There's only 3 players, but they're going to back. They're going to say, you know what, we're going to play this one safe. But my goodness, Spice Rack, 1 Q. Poof, man, Kai'Sa is a problem.
I think it's, I mean, some of that damage, not to take away from Kai'Sa, some of that was the Leandri Zyra as well. I mean, that root took a good chunk out as well. I mean, there's a lot of pick potential here from Mount Union, Rome, as you pointed out. Those Void Seekers, if you're glitching or Zoom, probably going to hit you for about 50% of your life. The Super Mega Death Rocket to follow it up, or maybe even the root from Zyra. You can simply dive without even being able to see half of Mount Union on your screen. Very, very, this Zyra pick, not controversial, but very out there. It's working wonders right now as Sanctus, maybe even trying for a little 1v3 hero action here.
And here we go. Sanctus does get spotted, though, and oh yeah, gonna be running away for sure. So smart play gonna be coming out of Sanctus, and man, this game right now, I mean, it's in the hands of UMU, but there's 2 drags apiece. Honestly, this game is pretty even. I feel like it could go either way still.
I think the one big advantage Clark has that offsets a lot of the gold deficit is that Foof is so far ahead. I mean, it's almost 100 CS now over his lane opponent, and he is just barely trailing Convicted for the most CS in the game. He's going to have the agency to move across this map, split push when necessary, like we just saw in that Baron fight. What can he do with those teleports? What can he do with those split pushes? Sanctus going to flash in here.
And I mean, is that flash going to be a big win or a big L? It does look like right now Sanctus does drop early. But I mean, guess what? 5's still going to be alive on the side of Clark, but that is going to be 1 drop, and that is going to be Foof. Unfortunate, and that's going to be a double kill. Now this Kai'Sa and the Jinx. Oh my goodness. One fight, and this game just absolutely turned the tide. What are we witnessing right now? UMU just absolutely rolled through, get the ace, and now, look, I mean, they're going to be getting 2 inhibitors for sure. They might be able to end. I don't know. I don't think they'll be able to end. I think you get 2 inhibs and get out, but this is going to be close.
They have the teleport on Absence of Mind if they choose to use it to protect one of their minions, but as you predicted, Rome, they're just going to go for the win more strategy. They'll pick up 2 inhibitors, and
get the dragon in a minute 30.
Kai'Sa has now become a problem.
Yeah, exactly. All you got to do now is just clear out bot, and you're good to go. Your top and mid are already pushing. Just clear out bot, a little bit of the river, and that dragon's going to be all yours. And oh, baby. I think we got ourselves a 1-1 situation. I don't know if Clark's going to be able to come back into this one. I don't know. They might need a crazy bush camp or something to get back into this one. Who knows?
I mean, you're basically hoping on Zoom to do Vigar things, which is you land a little bit of damage on the Spice Rack, and then he hits R, and Kai'Sa is dead. I mean, that's But then you still have to deal with Convicted. So even then, it's not a guaranteed team fight win. But Convicted does have the Guardian Angel, which makes them a bit harder to target down with the Vigard 2-shot combo. As Pizza the Cat, he's going to eat a Void Seeker. He is barely going to get away thanks to that Blast Cone. Another Void Seeker is going to come through. Barely able to EQ to safety. And dodges both the Void Seeker and the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's going to be free roam for this UMU roster. Able to take out that final turret outside of their base. And now they're going to be pressing in onto this final turret, this final inhibitor. Will they be able to get it? No, that's not going to be the situation. So Clark are going to be holding strong, but that's going to be a great route coming out. Oh, man, is this going to be the engage? I think it is. And yes, that's going to be one dropping on the side of Sync. And oh, man, I don't know if this Zyra going in is going to end up paying off. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Spice Rack is able to get one. That's going to be 3 RC dropping on the side of UMU. This was first engagement possible coming out, and I am blaming the Zyra 110%.
Sanctus has tried to make, I agree with you, a few too many plays, and I will say Zoom is just one-shotting people. He killed Convicted immediately, going to land a great stun here to deny any chance for the Dragon Steal, potentially. Foof's going to try and chase him down. He should be able to pick up this kill. Nice smite on the red buff to heal here, and he gets away, but I think Dragon was the bigger priority, and that's going to be Infernal's sole point for this very, very scary Vigard.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The tides can turn so quickly in a game like this. One team fight. I said it was going to take a bush camp. No, it's going to take one bad engagement from UMU. That was a perfect turn coming in from Clark. Now they've just got to clear out for a couple more minutes of these supers. And I mean, this Baron is going to be up. I believe that UMU are most likely just going to go straight for that Baron, pick it up, keep that in their back pocket. But that's not going to be enough to end the game, in my opinion. I think we're going to need to see another big team fight come in from UMU before this one ends.
Clark, if they can hold on for that next Infernal, pick up Infernal Soul, their inhibitors will have respawned, hopefully, if they're able to hold on that long, and that is when the true damage from Vigard gets unleashed. As you said, feels like Mount Union probably gets this Baron for free. I don't really know if anything you can do if you're Clark here, because if you go for the flip, you can lose the game right here, but Teleport's being channeled. They want to go in roam.
Oh my goodness, the Thresh! Oh my goodness, the Threshold gets it. Dimbo gets the Baron steal. Clark are right back in it. But guess what? Pizza going to be paying for it with his life. So a 5v4 advantage. I think right now, UMU, they're going to say, you know what? We're going to press the issue 5v4. We're going to take this fight. You guys might have the Dragon advantage, but guess what? We want this action right here, right now. We know that your base is currently open.
Jarvan's up in 30 seconds. Can Pizza get alive in time because his team hold off a huge steal? We talked about all this in game number 1 roam. We talked about the 80 carry steal. We talked about the support steal. And who would have guessed it would be a Thresh here in game 2? Can Clark hold on? Can Zoom one-shot somebody and make it a fun and interactive moment for probably Spice Rack or Convicted? And at least for now, they push off the first attempt here from UMU.
Because of the Baron, and that's all they needed. There's a whole 3 minutes up before the next Dragon. You're already on soul point. This is perfect for Clark. All they got to do is keep clearing out. You see that mid wave and that top wave. What's coming out of that base over there for UMU? Normal minions, non-super minions. You're done. You did your job. That last wave up top, that's all you need to do. And then guess what? Everything's going to start to reset. You can clear out the next 2.5 minutes for this Dragon. And I mean, you're going to need to clear out your base very, very quickly. You're going to need to use these sweepers, get out your base, set up this Dragon, because right now, if you let UMU continue to get this map control, and then we get both teams on that Dragon, that soul point, oh my goodness, this game is spicy right here. This game is spicy.
And the crazy thing is, Rome, if, let's say Clark does everything you just said, asked of them, and they win the Dragon, I don't know if they can win the game in one team fight. They don't have a way in. They still have 2 mid turrets to get through. They need to try and get a mid turret, I think, with Baron here. At least tier 1.
I was about to say, they still got to open up their base. Like, oh my goodness, but a great stun onto the Zyra. The cage is going to be coming out as well, and that's going to be a blown up Sanctus heals. And Sanctus has been big in helping this UMU roster win these engagements. And now with no Sanctus on the map, it's going to be another cage, another stun, another dead body on the rim. My goodness, is this squad Clark going in, able to take out Absence of Mind. Bear going in, going insane, taking out the backline of the Geista. And Clark might be able to end it right here, ladies and gentlemen, on the back of this Baron buff that is almost out.
30 seconds left on Baron. It's just convicted for the next 10 seconds.
Oh, you're done.
Clark,
You're dead.
Sanctus has ult. Sanctus he's thrown the game. Can he win the game back? He is the last remaining
Not a
hope.
chance.
Baron has 15 seconds left. Sanctus is gonna go in. He's gonna get blown up. Convicted's gonna take down Pizza the Cat. The Guardian Angel will spawn, but it won't matter. Clark's gonna win the series, Rome.
Oh my goodness. What are we witnessing? Clark has done the impossible with a 2-0 series victory against UMU. I did not see that coming. I don't know how they did it. They turned that one around. They were in the back of their base fighting it out. And as I stated, they stalled it out. They played it right. They took the perfect engagements. Clark are here, baby.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely phenomenal. And as you said, you look back, the game shifted not on an insane play by Clark, but on a very aggressive engage from the Zyra that set everything in motion. A big shout out to Thresh, though. That Baron steal is huge.
Oh my goodness. Demo,
How?
that won the game, because if they didn't get
Yeah.
that Baron, the game ends. They don't have enough defensive pressure to keep them in the 5v4 situation. They would have lost the game 100%. Game would have been over. As you stated, that going for that Baron literally could have lost in the game, but Thresh lands a hook. Of all the things, a Thresh hook. How much damage is that at that point? Like, he's level 26. He's probably like level like 2 or 3 at that point. Like, literally, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like 150 damage. Like, oh my goodness. A Thresh hook to send your team into the semifinals. Like, wow. What a performance out of Clark. Demo, you get the MVP for this series, period, because of that Baron steal. Oh, Sanctus, honestly, I got to be honest. Sanctus had a great early game, but definitely was probably the main reason that they lost the game once it got to the mid game.
And they were so good. They had so many fantastic routes. And I will say, as we wrap up this series, Rome, the other thing that really came through is Zoom on that Vigar. I mean, he turned it into the classic Vigar is a fun and interactive champion, because it was basically stun lands, Sanctus is dead, and they can't even move the entire time. But a big congratulations to Clark. Again, I think if you swap the names, you said Clark was the 3 seed, everyone would believe you. They played like the stronger team today. They'll advance, as you said, Rome, into the semifinals. They'll play Ottawa Gray next Friday in the semifinals. And what a way to end the first round of the playoffs, right? We don't get to take a look at all the games. We only get a select few on stream. I would be hard-pressed to find a series that ended better than that one.
I mean, listen, honestly, even though that was a 2-0, it had the ups and downs of a 2-1. I mean, that right there was a great series. My goodness, for Clark to come out on top, as you stated, nobody would have saw this playing out the way that it did today. This was an absolute treat to cast. I'm so happy I got to cast it alongside you, Fish. I mean, it was a good one to be back in the booth with you on, and oh man, more semifinal action next week.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. As Robe said, that'll do it for us here today. Make sure you come back next Friday. We've got semifinals across the board on this stream and on the main stream as well. But enjoy your weekend. If you're a Clark fan, enjoy some phenomenal gameplay. We will see you next week for the NECC semifinals.